All right, guys, welcome back to the channel. Welcome back to the stream. Welcome. If you are new here, thank you guys so much for joining me today. I'm actually going to put my hat backwards because there's a shadow. Welcome back to Press X Podcast. I hope everybody is doing well. Geez, can I keep my hat backwards? I don't know the way my neck is. There we go. Yes, welcome back. Thank you guys for joining me. Put the hat sideways. Whoa, ghetto god. Let's calm down now. It's a little too early to get that crazy. Yes, the Soundgarden tapestry. Apologies from me to you for yesterday because we were, I think, close to 3 hours into our regular stream podcasting time, and the internet just went out. I don't know why. It was out for a little bit, and by the time it came back, I just figured, well, I guess that's the show for the day. I feel bad because Corey Landiga just came in. I know, I'm a lint licker. He just came in yesterday and dropped some membership gifts, and then my internet just went out. So, my bad. I don't know I hope that doesn't happen again. That was kind of a first. I mean, I've had internet drops, but I don't know what caused that. All my wires were connected. Everything was good. So it's unfortunate. At the rate things were going, though, at the rate things were going, maybe it's good it happened that way. Maybe it's better it went that way. MBG praying you feel better soon. Hope you saw my message on Discord. Love you, bro. Well, thank you. I don't know if I may have seen your message on Discord. I got to go check again. Sometimes I just miss stuff on Discord, Top Shelf Gaming, what's up, man? Guys, do me a favor. Yes, thank you, Ghetto God. Yeah, thank you. Do me a favor, before we go any further, please take a moment and hit the like button, okay? We're at 26 likes. Hitting the like button lets me know you guys enjoy the streams, and it helps with YouTube's algorithm. I'm just going to give you a small update on my health situation right now. So it seems as though I am healing, okay? But it's very slow. It's weird because, I have these moments where I feel better, and I definitely feel like, oh, okay, the pain's kind of starting to subside and I can move better and everything. And then, then it just comes back, and sometimes it comes back really bad. But I do think it is getting better. I think it's just something that's going to take a bit. I notice I'm sleeping better. When I wake up in the morning, the pain goes away a little bit faster, like the extreme pain that I wake up with. And, I can tell that I'm at times becoming a little bit more limber and experiencing less pain through movement. So I know it may not seem like it, but I kind of can't stand streaming this way. I know some of you guys like it. I know some of you guys like the more chill vibe. I just don't like it. I don't like it. I can't wait until I can put back my standing desk, and I'll still be seated as well. But I don't know. I like that better. I don't know when exact. I mean, who knows? Maybe I'll feel up to it tomorrow. I don't know. Probably not. I don't know. But that's where I am right now. No, that's crazy, Michael. Just don't push it. Being overconfident can trigger some pain. Just take it slow and relax. Yes, I'm trying. That's the thing. Anytime I start to feel a little bit more relaxed and the pain is subsiding a little bit, I want to just immediately go back to, oh, I'm fine, you know? Oh, yeah, Mrs. MBG. So, yeah, she was having some severe jaw pain. I think it's starting to subside as well. I don't know. It's kind of weird. Like, we're having these issues at the same time, and we don't know why. Well, I mean, with her, she did get dental work done a couple weeks ago, so that could explain it. But, you know, she's still having some jaw pain, but it's getting better. So we're on the mend. We're on the mend. The third trailer has to drop on Friday or Monday, right? We're going to talk about that. Yeah, so if you were paying attention, there were rumors that a new GTA trailer or pre-orders were going to open up a couple of days ago. Nothing happened. The hype died. The interest died immediately. And it's ironic because almost immediately after, Best Buy, they let the cat out of the bag, man. They really did. It's pretty much confirmed that next week, I believe on Monday, the pre-orders are opening up. We don't know if there's going to be a trailer, but well, no, Michael, that's not a crazy question. Dental work, bro. Calm down. MBG, do you think I should go ahead and get the Pro or wait on the PlayStation 6? Also, because it's been a while, something happened to you? Well, yeah, I have a neck injury. I have like a herniated disc in my neck, and it's pretty bad. So it's really altering my ability to function, you know. But it's healing. So should you get the PS5 Pro or wait for the PS6? My answer to that question is you should wait for the PlayStation 6. Honestly. If you are interested in the PS6 and it's something that you could see yourself buying at around the launch, just wait for the PS6. Spending $900 on a PS5 Pro right now, even though the PS5 Pro is awesome, I just feel like considering the PS6 is coming out holiday 2027, you're going to have maybe like a year and a handful of months with it, and then you're probably going to want to get the PS6. So, yeah, I would say hold on to the $900, especially because, you know, it's way more expensive than it was when it launched. And just be patient. Try to be patient and wait for the PS6. I think that'll be the better way to go. Am I playing Forza Horizon 6? Not right now. I'm waiting for the PS5 version. I did get approved for a code, but, you know, I don't game on Xbox and I don't game on PC. And I know the game's coming to PS5 later this year. So I'm just going to be patient and wait for it. We are going to talk about the reviews, though. The reviews did come out today. And Playground Games does it again, man. No surprise. So that is one of the topics we will be discussing. Get a Helix? He could get a Helix if he wants. But assuming he is a PlayStation player, I would wait for the PS6. Plus, there's going to be the PlayStation handheld. Right? MBG hurt his neck and back, carrying PlayStation's reputation on his shoulders. Dang. And Corey, the legend Landiga.
I'm no hero.
He comes in.
Never was.
And he
Never
kicks
will
it
be.
off today by dropping 5 more member gifts for you guys. Corey, I mentioned you earlier because I feel bad because you had just joined the stream yesterday. And I think you dropped, what, like 15 member gifts. And we hit the goal. Oh, and look at that. Oliver Opfer got a membership gift. Look at that. Our man Oliver. Love to see that. I felt bad because you had just joined the stream. You dropped some member gifts, and then my stream died, and my internet went out. So I'm glad you could make it nice and early. Corey's like, I'm not making that same mistake. Not making the same mistake. Thank you for the 5 gifts, man. I'm going to add that to the counter. And yeah, guys, if you want to support what I do here, and if you want to support the channel, the podcast, the community, consider doing so by becoming a channel member. You can also gift memberships like Corey is doing here. If we hit 25 members, we'll feed the beasts. I'm sure they'll be joining us at some point today. Or you can drop a super chat or a direct donation. These are all ways in which you can help support. We are completely fan funded. I can only do what I do here because you guys make it possible, and I'm very grateful for that. So thank you for all the support. Simply couldn't do it without you. Damn, Roadkill, he's like, F the Helix, man. MBG, wait, did you say Clark can get a Helix if he wants one? Not Clark. No. Somebody, wait, was his name Clark? Maybe his name was Clark. I don't know. It was somebody in the chat. Uh-oh. Capcom just sold more games than in any year in its history. Resident Evil drove Capcom to record results. That's fantastic. I saw that. Yeah, you love to see that, man. I mean, they deserve it. They've been doing really good. Capcom, they've been on like an upward trajectory for like many years now. And I mean, I played Resident Evil 9 and I platinumed it. And I'm really, really happy that it's like the best-selling game in the series because it's so good. Like, they nailed it. I haven't played Pragmata yet. That's on my backlog. I'm going to get around to that eventually, but I definitely want to play it. And so they're being rewarded. They're putting out these single-player games. Love to see it. I hope they continue. It sounds like they have a whole roadmap of Resident Evil games, new games, remakes, other games. So, where's Pops? So over there is his favorite spot. He was there all morning. I was actually vacuuming the carpet right before I streamed because there was like cat treats and hair and stuff everywhere, and I think it scared him out of the room. So he'll probably return. Man, I know why he's kind of overweight though, man. Like he's a lazy cat. He's a lazy boy, which is fine. He's very cute, but he likes to sleep. And I'll tell you what, this cat, Papa, when he sleeps, he looks like he's dead. I'm serious. Mrs. MBG took a picture of him today. He was sleeping on the arm of this sofa, and he was completely laid flat with his tongue sticking out. And I'm like, is he alive? He's fine, but he's good at playing dead. You bought and platinumed Resident Evil 9 and Pragmata. Amazing games. Yeah, I can't wait to play Pragmata. So I'm in a bit of a conundrum, and I'll talk to you guys about this. It's gaming related before we dive into the topics. So as you know, I did play Marathon, and I put quite a bit of time into Marathon. I'm rank 65, which is pretty high. So I've obviously put time into it. It's been easy to play it because my friend is kind of addicted to it, funnily enough. He didn't even want to play Marathon. Or no, he did want to play Marathon, but he wasn't planning on like sticking with it. He just wanted to play it for a little bit. And in the beginning, he was like, I don't like this game. I'm like, well, yeah, we're just trying. It's okay. I don't know. We'll give it a fair shake. Now he's addicted to it. So he's on his way to getting to level 100. And I don't know what to do because Bungie just announced that the seasonal wipe is happening on June 2nd. Season 2 begins June 2nd, which is just in a couple weeks here. Basically in like 2 weeks. Oh my God. Yeah, that's not a lot of time. And I only need one more trophy for the platinum for Marathon. Okay, it's the only reason I dumped so much time into it. It only has 14 trophies. I figured to myself, I could get those 14 trophies. Are you kidding me? Come on, that's an easy platinum. The one trophy that I have left is to get to level 100. And I don't know if I should basically dedicate the next 2 weeks to just grinding like crazy to reach that level 100 before the wipe happens, or to just give up on it. Because here's the thing. Where I'm at now, I'm at level 65. To get to level 100, I'm going to have to put, no joke, probably 50 to 60 to maybe 70 more hours into it. It takes that long to level up. So I really don't know what to do, where like a part of me doesn't want to walk away because I really feel like, geez, man, I'm one trophy away. I'm not, I don't want to keep playing this game. I don't want to stick around for season 2. I don't want to start all over, try to get to level 100. But at the same time, I'm like, dude, it's just going to be sitting there the whole time. I'm always going to look back on it and be like, bro, you were more than halfway there. Saying just get it over with. I have to get it now. Oh, God. Like, yeah, I don't know. I'm really torn, because if I do that, other games are taking a back seat. For sure. For sure. I'm really frustrated with this. I feel like this is messed up. I feel like Bungie should change this, where it's like, if I'm level 65 and then season 2 comes and I level up 35 more times, I should get the trophy. I feel like that's fair. I feel like resetting your rank and making you grind to level 100 again. Come on, man. Like, come on. It does kind of make me want to quit and be like, this is bogus. You have the platinum for High Guard. It was brutal. Oh man. I forgot about that game. They don't have double XP weekends. No, they don't. Dude, Marathon, let me tell you something about Marathon, okay? Let me tell you something. It's a good game. Their XP system is garbage. Garbage. Some of the worst. Like, it feels nefarious. It feels like they purposely designed it to disturb people like me. Because I'll give you an example. Like, in this game, you're dropped in, you're running around the maps, you're looting, you're fighting other people. You get 5 XP. So you fight AI enemies, right? They're robots. You get 5 XP for killing a robot. So if you enter an area, there's maybe like 10 to 15 robots. Probably less than that. There's probably like 10. Probably like 8 to 10. They have like slightly higher tier robots that are a little bit more powerful. You get 7 XP. And I'm like, now I know what you're thinking. Like, well, that doesn't sound too bad. You need to get like 14 to 1800 XP points to level up one time. You get 5 XP for opening a container. You get like 10 XP for killing a real player. You don't even get XP for like reviving a down teammate. There's so many different things in this game that you don't get XP for doing. And it's something like that where I'm like, what are you guys doing? Like, this shouldn't be this much of a grind. I'm going to sue them. That's what I'm going to do. They need to just increase the XP overall. They need to increase, like, you know what they should do? Here's what they should do. Bungie, if you're listening, which I know you're not, you should, for the last 2 weeks leading into the wipe that's coming, where season 2 happens and you start from 0 again, turn on double XP. For that 2 weeks. For people like me who want to try to get to level 100. I feel like that's the least you can do. Come on. I supported your game. Why am I playing that slop? I mean, I was really torn on whether I wanted to play it or not. And it's not a bad game. Like, I have enjoyed it more than I anticipated, but I don't think there's any saving this game. And I don't say that with any like malice. I just don't. I think they expected this game to have a much bigger pop than it did. And it didn't. It doesn't have the staying power. I think they'll see a little boost in season 2, but that's about it. And so, I don't know. I mean, I'll pay attention to what Bungie does next. Like, if they want to do Destiny 3, I'll pay attention, but Yeah, I don't know, man. They just don't really. Marathon is in no way, shape, or form anywhere near the level that like Destiny 2 was in terms of success. And I don't think they're going to be able to do anything about that. They're going to do a full wipe. They'll have even less players than they already do. I mean, that's the thing. People are already questioning, like, is that a good idea? One of the reasons I think they're doing this with Marathon, they're wiping it, is because anybody who's new to Marathon right now is getting wrecked by people who have the best gear. You know, they've been playing it for like a couple of months. They have higher level gear. I guess the idea is if they wipe it, it creates an opportunity for new players to come on, and those new players won't feel as intimidated or rage as hard because they're, you know, you're going to be encountering experienced players, but not experienced players with the best possible gear. But yeah, it could work against them, right? You're trying to get these 2 multiplayer trophies in Battlefield Hardline before the servers die in June. Oh, wow. Battlefield Hardline. Yo, that was a good game. I like that game. All right. Well, just figured I'd give you guys that insight into my mind. Liza P2 is officially in full development. I'm a little bit surprised. I have to be honest, Jake. I'm a little bit surprised that it's just now entering full production. I'm glad. I want Liza P2. Liza P1 was amazing. But I really would have thought that that game would have had at least a year or two in full development by now. So it seems like that's going to be like a mid PS6 game. Like a mid-gen PS6 game. But yeah, we're getting Liza P2, Stellar Blade 2, some good sequels. Oh yeah, I keep forgetting Kena 2 is coming out this year as well. Well, let's start with the first topic here, guys. Again, do me a favor, make sure you're hitting that like button. I really appreciate that. Helps more than you know. Starting with GTA. Okay, I didn't think we would be talking about GTA so soon again, but Rockstar Games might be very close to opening the GTA pre-order campaign. The rumor comes from multiple gamers who, as reported by YouTuber FrogboyX1 Gaming, received a Best Buy affiliate email referencing a, quote, GTA 6 pre-order for a physical game. The promotional window is apparently going to run between May 18th and 21st with a 5% affiliate commission offer. To clarify, this is the promotional window for the commission for Best Buy affiliates. So what they're trying to tell you is you're not just going to have 3 days to pre-order the game, obviously. But for people who are trying to get that commission, you'll have about 3 days to capitalize on that. But it says here the email looks like an internal affiliate marketing slip. Similar to how retailers have accidentally revealed release dates in the past, other users from popular gaming forums like Reset Era, GTA Forums, and Cheap Ass Gamer also confirmed receiving the same email, making it unlikely to be a fabrication. The timing aligns with Take-Two their earnings call, which is already scheduled to take place shortly after the market closes on Thursday, May 21st. The schedule actually reinforces the leak if we imagine the following strategy from the publisher. Number 1, May 18th, Monday. Pre-orders go live, the affiliate window opens, the media cycle explodes. May 19th through the 20th, pre-order numbers accumulate over the news cycle. May 21st, Thursday, Take-Two CEO Strauss Zelnick opens up the earnings call by announcing that GTA 6 has broken every pre-order record in history in just 4 days, which is actually extremely likely to happen. The earnings call becomes a victory lap rather than a guidance update. The stock gets a double catalyst, and the GTA 6 hype machine runs at full steam heading into the November launch window. So, on top of this, we also have Tom Henderson of Insider Gaming. He posted a report. He says GTA 6 pre-orders are supposedly set to go live next week starting May 18th, as a Best Buy email has leaked when you can place your pre-order. Plenty of people have been sent this email online, but Insider Gaming has since received the email, and we can independently verify that it is, in fact, real. So, you really have to wonder who at Best Buy is getting fired, because unless this was intentional, is it possible this could have been intentional? Is it possible that this is something that they kind of gave them the green light to do to get people talking? I don't know. I mean, it's a bit conspiratorial. You never really know how those things work. But the important thing that I think we should highlight here is that this is happening. Okay? This isn't like what we were talking about last week, where there's a whole list of like 6 different things that if you put them all together, it all points to the pre-orders happening on this date. Like, no, this is actually from Best Buy, and they're informing their affiliates like the pre-orders are opening on the 18th. So, guys, the 18th is Monday. I don't know. I might have to put out a stream nice and early. Might have to go live nice and early, because here's the thing, right? Now that we know GTA 6 pre-orders are opening up next week, they're going to have a marketing blitz, right? I mean, could it be that they're just going to put out a blog post and say, here you go pre-order? I mean, they could do that, but if they're doing this right before their earnings because they want to, look, if they're doing this right before their earnings, the goal is to go into their earnings call bragging and being like, oh, you don't even know the records we just broke. I think you achieve that by dropping trailer number 3. So, what I will tell you guys is prepare yourselves, brace yourselves, because the pre-orders are opening on the 18th, which is Monday. However, even though there is no confirmation of a trailer number 3, I'm going to say there's going to be trailer number 3. They're going to drop it alongside announcing that pre-orders have opened up. Forza 6 is already suffering because of the leak. You think so? We'll get a special state of play instead of trailer 3. Book it. You think so? No, I don't think I don't think really anything's going to be happening. I mean, here's the thing. If the announcement of GTA 6 pre-orders opening up happens on the 18th, and they do drop trailer number 3, GTA dominates the entire news cycle. They dominate the entire news cycle for that entire week. Everybody's probably steering clear. If there's video game publishers, Sony clearly knows about it. I was wondering, like, I was telling you guys, I'm like, things are strangely quiet for May. We're 2 weeks into May, and I'm like, things are oddly quiet. It's not that there isn't any news, but it's just usually by this time, there's way more movement. And there just isn't. And now we know why. It's because, yes, in the same way that everybody's getting out of the way for the release date of GTA, get out of the way for the marketing cycle to kick off with a new trailer, most likely, and pre-orders opening up. So next week's going to be all about GTA 6, baby. It's going to be fun. I mean, I'm looking forward to it. The thing I wonder is if we're going to get gameplay. We have a Perfect Image with a $2 direct donation. Perfect Image, thank you for that, buddy. You're saying, at least my theory was the middle of May, early June. I've been a GTA fan since the PS3. I know how they roll. Oh, you know how they roll, Perfect Image. Yeah, I mean, they said marketing is kicking off in the summer. Could they have meant late May? Mid to late May, maybe. I mean, that's not technically summer, but to be clear, I want to say this too. Like, I don't think marketing is kicking off yet. I think they're going to have a week where they take over. Trailer 3, pre-orders, different editions. They're going to dominate the news cycle for a week. Then they're going to go quiet again. Maybe drop some more screenshots. Then they're going to go quiet. And then I think they'll probably return, July, August, September, around there. And then like from that point forward, it's like just full steam ahead, nonstop, going into November. That's my guess. Perfect Image, thank you for the direct donation. Oh, right. Yeah, Forza comes out May 19th. Oof. They're right in the blast zone of this. Well, I mean, it's two different things. I don't know. I mean, it probably does. That's not ideal, I would say. The day after GTA 6 pre-orders go live. Not the best time to launch your game, but I think they'll be fine. Sony doesn't want to show anything for Wolverine because they're afraid it might overshadow GTA 6. Probably the opposite. Watch the game suck and not live up to all the hype. I doubt it. I think it's going to live up to the hype. Neutral Zone, you're saying, I'm a GTA fanboy, but it is always overhyped, especially graphics-wise. And when the game comes out, everyone will see it is a good game, but just for gameplay, not for looks. I don't know, man. The last trailer we saw, trailer number 2, I mean, it had a level of detail that was quite surprising. People were surprised at how good and detailed the game looked, to the point where they didn't believe it was running on a PS5. And Rockstar had to come out and clarify, like double down, like, no, this is a PS5 game. Or like, this is running on a base PS5. Do you think there could be a moment when we play GTA and we'll realize, oh, it's still a video game, if you get what I mean? Yeah, I mean, I think eventually the hype will die down, but I think it's going to take a while. I think GTA 6 is probably going to dominate the news cycle for a long time. I think it's going to dominate the news cycle for most of the summer, leading into the fall, and then it's going to completely take over when it launches in the fall. But I think it's also going to take over going into next year, into January and February. Maybe by like February. Maybe like by mid to late January to February, things could die down a little bit. Just a little bit. But not by much. I mean, I think GTA 6 is going to be trending for quite some time. But yeah, it's going to be sucking up all of the oxygen this fall. It's why everybody is like, we need to get out before GTA 6. Because the problem is, once GTA 6 is out, the chances of you getting attention on your game drops so low. It drops tremendously. So don't be surprised if you don't see a lot of new games launching in December. Don't be surprised if you actually see January of 2027 being a little bit more quiet than you would have expected. Because even that is considered, I think, within the blast radius of the launch of GTA 6. February will probably be okay. But yeah. December's cooked. Like, if you're a developer that's going to release your game in December, I feel like you're making a mistake. January, you might be okay, but if you really want to play it safe, February. So you'll probably see that 2027 will probably be a year where you see so many games stuffed into February. Truthfully. Does Rockstar decide when marketing happens? We could get GTA 6 marketing before Wolverine marketing. Rockstar does decide, yeah. I do believe Sony is going to be aware of when GTA marketing happens because they have a marketing deal with them. So Sony will be able to properly navigate whatever they want to do around GTA 6, you know? They'll be able to steer clear. The Duskbloods is rumored for December. Of course it is. Of course it is. Well, you know what? Actually, to be fair, that's one game that can get away with it because GTA 6 is not launching on the Switch 2. So, Switch 2 players will need something. So that's actually fine. 2026 and 2027 will be legendary. Agreed. Yeah, I mean, this year's already really, really good, but man, the second half of this year is looking bonkers, to be honest. Yeah. So September is looking annoyingly stacked. September, Blood of the Dawnwalker, Wolverine, Phantom Blade Zero. I mean, I know it's not September, but I'm just going to count it. The Metal Gear Collection 2. That comes out the last week of August. I mean, it's like, come on, man. Come on. They're killing us out here. And then for people who want to play Forza Horizon 6 on PS5, that's probably going to come out in September or October. And then you have Fable as well. And then apparently Gears of War E-Day. I don't know if that'll be a PS5 game or not, but that's apparently going to be September. So there's a lot, man. There's even more I haven't mentioned. MBG Requiem, the most recent Resident Evil title, has sold a staggering 6.91 million units since its February 2026 launch. 2009's Resident Evil 5 is still the best-selling entry in the series at 19 million. I find it crazy that Resident Evil 5 is the best-selling. I don't know why I always would have thought it was 4, but yeah, Metal Gear Solid Collection Volume 2. Sony's going to go crazy with the GTA 6 marketing. Well, we've been talking about that, and it was recently confirmed that, you know, Sony does have the marketing rights to GTA 6, and the more I think about this, the more I realize, like, this is such a huge deal for PlayStation. It really is. I mean, it really is. Like, GTA 6, look, I'm not here to tell you it's going to live up to the hype. I'm not here to tell you GTA 6 is going to be the greatest video game of all time. What I am here to tell you is this game is going to break pretty much every record. It's going to shatter like every record. The fact that Sony is so aligned with it to where it's like, if you're PlayStation, you know you're getting the lion's share of sales for GTA 6. That's kind of crazy. So, in other words, Sony is going into this holiday season being able to say, we, PlayStation, are getting the lion's share of the biggest entertainment property to ever release. Let that sink in for a moment. This is why I think people understandably do begin to predict that, well, even though the price of the PS5 has went up, even though there's some negative headlines about PlayStation and some people don't feel as high up on PlayStation, they're probably going to break records of their own this year. And that's not even factoring in their own game like Wolverine. That's just based off of GTA 6 alone. So another thing that I think is worth mentioning when we talk about GTA 6 and how it pertains to PlayStation is the fact that any other time GTA has launched, Xbox generally, maybe except for, well, let me walk that back. If we look back at GTA 3, GTA Vice City, GTA San Andreas, now granted, Grand Theft Auto was way bigger now than it was back then. But if we go back and look at those games, they were basically PlayStation exclusives for a while. And that was because that was the dominant platform, the PS2. And that's where people were buying GTA. And not much has changed since then. But what's even crazier about the PlayStation 5 and GTA 6 is that when you look at when GTA 5 launched, GTA 5, it launched on the Xbox 360. There was like 80 plus million Xbox 360s. And they were kind of tied up with PlayStation 3, where there was like 80 million PlayStation 3s. Same thing when GTA 4 launched. When GTA 4 launched, I think the Xbox 360 was outselling the PS3. This time around, though, we're back to the way things used to be, where GTA 5 is launching to a PlayStation 5 console that will have nearly 100 million units on the market, and their closest competitor, that being Xbox, will maybe be at 30 million. So when I tell you that PlayStation is going to utterly and completely dominate this year with GTA 6, I don't say that as a fanboy. I say that as like, that is what's going to happen. That is right in front of us. And Sony knows it. This is why, like when we talk about the possibility of like Soros not selling well enough, when we talk about Bungie and Marathon, and I'm not saying this is the ideal situation, but it's like, if you're wondering why Sony probably isn't too worried, they're not like panicking and like, uh-oh, what are we going to do? It's probably because they are well aware that no matter what low points we have this year, GTA 6 will probably erase them completely. And that's, dude, look at what's happening. Of course it's going to. Now, that shouldn't be an excuse for Sony to not acknowledge their mistakes and try to do better, of course, but let's see here. I saw somebody said something. Where is it? Hold on. Am I crazy? I'm double checking. Somebody said something about Detective Seed saying something? Hold on, let me check. I know Detective Seeds has been putting out some stuff about GTA. Oh yeah, his DMs got leaked, or somebody leaked a DM. Huh, that's messed up. I don't know. Maybe I was just seeing things. Wait, hold on. What's this? Leaked images of Microsoft's new Xbox Cloud Gaming Controller published by Brazilian, I don't know, Brazilian, I almost said rectangular. Brazilian regulator. Wow, it looks like an NES controller. Dude, that's so weird. An Xbox Cloud Gaming Controller. Look at this. Hold on. So they're going to have a dedicated cloud gaming controller, huh? This just leaked. You take a look at it. Look at that. What are we thinking? Michael, what's up, man? Michael, tell these guys to like the stream. Gross. It looks like trash. I'm just confused, though. Like, why does it look like this? Why did they change the design so much? Like, what is different? So this is a cloud streaming controller, but why? Why not just make it an Xbox controller? You think it's so they could sell it for cheaper? I don't get it. Good thing I don't like playing cloud. Yeah. This is Asha Sharma's fault. Looks like a prototype. Well, let me see if there's any more information on it. Images of an unreleased Xbox controller designed for the Xbox Cloud Gaming were leaked via Brazil's regulator and reported by Technoblog. The controller features 2.4 gigahertz and 5 gigahertz Wi-Fi connectivity, Bluetooth 5.3, USB-C port, and a 500 milliamp rechargeable battery, and is available in black and white models. Okay, so this thing is not a prototype. This is real. Okay. I mean, I don't see a problem with it. I just find it strange that they changed the design so much. You know, that seems totally unnecessary. You think it's for the mobile crowd they're going to try to convert to real gaming? I mean, I guess that makes sense to a certain extent. If it does have to do with pricing, if they changed it so dramatically so they could sell it at a much lower price point, that would make sense to me if it's aimed towards an extremely casual market. So, like, the logic holds up, but I didn't even know they were making a cloud controller. But there you go. I guess we'll just have to see when they're going to announce it and how much it'll be. Oh, thank you for that, Laman. That's really nice of you, bro. That's very kind. Thank you so much for that. Yeah, you guys are awesome. Oh, sheesh, man. Yeah, when it comes to this pain, the pain is now in my arm. The pain was in my back. It was severe. Now it's just traveled to my arm where, like, now I just have like a throbbing pain throughout my arm, which I know it's normal when you have like a pinched nerve in your neck. It can mess with your arms and your limbs, but I think that's progress. I mean, the pain is less substantial than when it was in my back. I don't know, man. How much longer? How much longer? Michael Werneth, he drops a $5 super chat and he says, "These leaks are serious. Please like the stream so more people can discuss it with us." And he drops 10 member gifts on you guys. As I needlessly and unnecessarily pull myself forward, Michael Werneth, he says, "You gotta like the stream, and here's 10 membership gifts for you guys." Michael, membership Werneth.
This is an incredibly exciting time for PlayStation.
There you go. There you go. You get a Herman Holst, Michael. Thank you for the 10 member gifts. I will add that to the goal. And with Michael dropping 10, that brings us to 15. We are now 10 away from hitting our first goal, which if we hit that, we will feed the beasts. Michael's always coming through for us. Oh, Lady Gamer received a membership gift too. There you go. There you go. He says, I got you, Lady Gamer. Love to see it. Yeah, guys, we're 18 likes away from 100 likes, by the way. Thank you for that. Wicked says, if you got a membership, make sure to say thank you. Take a cake pop, please. Yeah, Mrs. MBG just made a few more yesterday. They turned out pretty good. One day, Michael. One day, maybe. If we try to make a business of it. Lady Gamer says, I got a membership at last. Resident Evil franchise, which began in 1996, has now surpassed 200 million units sold. That's impressive. I'm so glad, dude. I love Resident Evil. I grew up with Resident Evil. I'm still playing it today. I'm so happy to see it like is doing better than ever. Honestly. Because we've seen like long-lasting franchises that sometimes start to peter out. Perfect image. I'll check that in 1 second. Laman, he uses his milestone chat, a member for 25 months. Thank you for that, Laman. He says, MBG, with the closure of several studios, do you feel like PlayStation studios are diminishing? Acquisitions have stopped. Ice Power Original helps for the pain. You're saying Ice Power. Ice Power? Are you just saying ice? Like I should ice it for the pain? I don't know. I've been using a lot of heat on my neck, but I don't think it does much. I don't know if... Would ice be better? I don't know. I don't know how these things work. I think you're supposed to like ice it when you first injure it, and then when you're healing, you're supposed to heat it. That's a good question, though, Laman. Like, are PlayStation studios diminishing? Sony has closed several. My answer to that is yes, to an extent. Yes. They are... I think PlayStation studios, I mean, they're bigger than ever. It's kind of weird because they have more studios than they did like during the PS4 gen, PS3, PS2, PS1. So in a sense, they're bigger than ever. But to me, it feels like the problem with PlayStation studios and the way Sony has run things, not as a whole, but certain areas, they've made poor management decisions and they've made poor investments. And I think that a lot of the undoing that you're seeing, a lot of the diminishing you're seeing right now is the result of that, you know, where when you look at something like Dark Outlaw Games, hardly anybody really cared about that because that studio only existed for a year and we never even had their game announced. And for most people, they didn't even know they even existed. That's a little bit different where it's like, okay, I mean, it's kind of strange, wasted time, wasted money, but it feels inconsequential. You compare that to something like Blue Point. Blue Point feels like great investment, severely horrific mismanagement. You know? Something like that, to me, is diminishing. But then you look at something like Bungie, where that is the epitome of a failed investment for Sony, in my opinion, and they're not really showing any signs of properly managing it. But on the upside, I think that there are many other studios within PlayStation that are being, if not properly managed, they're getting back on track. Naughty Dog being one of them. We see Insomniac about to drop Wolverine. Hopefully Media Molecule. You know, it's been a long time since we heard them. Hopefully Sony Bend. So there's, and you know, Sony Santa Monica is still doing good. Guerrilla, questionable. Very concerned about Guerrilla, but it's a little bit off balance, and hopefully in the coming years, we'll see that balance, you know, reaches a better equilibrium. That's my hope anyway, man. So it's not all bad. I just think some things are lacking. Yeah, Sucker Punch just did well. So it feels like for every bad thing, there's a good thing to counter it, you know? You're saying the name of the product is Ice Power Gel Original. It's incredible cooling for the pain. Ah, okay. Yeah, so I'm assuming it's like menthol, probably. Oh, I don't know. I struggle with menthol, dude. Like using something like Icy Hot. Oh. I swear, with products like that, it's like we want to make the pain so bad and uncomfortable. Like it's just a different type of pain. It's like we're going to replace the pain you're feeling with something else that maybe feels worse, you know? What are my thoughts and opinion of Resident Evil 9? I loved it. I think Resident Evil 9 is fantastic. I think it's one of the best single-player games released this generation. I loved it. Well, it's crazy how bro went from Xbox bad management to admitting Sony isn't managing very well too. Well, I'll tell you, if there's something I've learned, Capono, over the years, is that none of these companies that house publishing units, or just publishers in general, no video game publisher is immune to mismanagement. None. Every video game publisher can be mismanaged, they can make horrible mistakes, and they can become a husk of what they were previously. The same can be said for studios on an individual basis. I think for me, the shock factor, and it wasn't just me, but it was for quite a few other PlayStation fans, is that coming off of the PlayStation 4 generation, it really felt like in order for Sony to get to a position where now we look at them and say, you're mismanaging your studios, they would have to make big mistakes. And unfortunately, they did this generation. They've made right choices. They've made good decisions. They've had fantastic games. But the mistakes that they made were so significant that it's like, okay, so you're not as shielded. You're not as immune to mismanagement as we thought. And that was, I think, a bit of a reality check for PlayStation players like myself, where it's like, okay, Sony still gets it, but they are just as prone to making really bad decisions and mistakes as the next guy. I do think, and I'm going to be honest here, some people might take this as me being a fanboy. I don't really care, to be honest. I just think that this is how I observe it. I do think that the biggest difference between Sony and Microsoft, if we're making comparisons, because that's still naturally the comparison that people tend to make, the biggest difference is that a lot of the success that Sony has found was more nurtured over time with their studios. A lot of the success that Microsoft has found more recently is the direct result of we bought it. And I'm not saying, I'm not trying to diminish that. This is business at the end of the day. If you want to buy your way to success, that's fair game. But I think there's something important behind that, because it's the idea of, if we want to assume that Sony can get back on the right track, maybe it's okay to assume that, and it's okay to have a certain level of faith in that, because look at where they were. Look at where they're coming from. They've proven it previously. They've done it for a long period of time, for a consistent amount of time. They just have to, they just got derailed. They got to get back on track. Whereas I think with Microsoft, there's still seemingly this kind of problem that's lingering. It's not as bad now, but it's still lingering, where it's like people still kind of question, did you actually figure it out yet, though? And I mean, we're going to talk about Forza Horizon 6, which is reviewing fantastic, where it's like, yeah, they figured it out. But what about your other studios? Is Ninja Theory going to figure it out with Hellblade 3? Is State of Decay 3 going to live up to the expectation I set for it? Stuff like that. I think there's still a level of uncertainty. I feel like with Sony, if we assume going into the PlayStation 6 generation that they are going to kind of go back to what they were doing and lean more so into this is what we do well, this is kind of what we're known for, they should be okay. They shouldn't have that difficult of a time, because it's well, yeah, you still have all the dev talent, most of it anyway. You have the, you can look back at how you did it, because you already did it. I feel like Microsoft doesn't have that still, and they're still trying to figure out how to get that to a certain extent. But they're doing better. They're definitely doing better. So what I'm trying to say is they both have their ups and downs. I think when it comes to Sony's, it was pretty abrupt, and it felt somewhat spontaneous, and it spontaneously combusted. And so it's just cleanup crew doing what they're doing. I still question, though. You know, I still question. I still question Horizon Hunter's Gathering. I still question Fair Games. I still question where Sony's mind collectively is at going into next gen with their first party studios. I question where Herman's mind is at. MBG, you are now admitting Sony is not on the right track after defending all their terrible games this whole gen. Well, no. See, that's where it's kind of, I guess maybe that's not the best analogy to use. It's not that they got off track. It's that they got distracted, right? They've made too many stops along the way that cost them. Maybe that's a better way to put it, because you're right. Like, Sony has released, in my opinion, a lot of great games this generation. You know, it's like, even when people right now, they're looking at Saros and they're like, I think this game may have failed sales-wise. We don't know. But, you know, the talk of the town for now, for Saros, unfortunately, is it didn't seemingly do very well. It's not doing well. That, to me, doesn't take away the sheer fact that it's a great video game. You know, like, it's a very high-quality, well-made video game that, in my opinion, doesn't deserve to fail. That's my personal opinion on it. And I feel like this is kind of what Sony's been doing consistently for most of the generation, where, like, again, for every mess up they have, you know, they have something there to kind of negate that. So if I'm using this analogy, it's more along the lines of Sony has made stops at stations along the track of this generation that they shouldn't have. That ended up costing them a lot of time, a lot of money, where those stops could have been, you know, they could have been at better times, you know, at better places where, like, again, an example I always throw out here is there was a stop that Sony made along the way this gen where they're like, we're going to stop here. This is where Sony Bend is making a live service video game. And it's like, you shouldn't have ever made that a stop on your roadmap. It should have just been Sony Bend is making a Days Gone sequel, and that's where we're going to stop. And everybody will be happy, and it won't be a waste of time or money, and it'll go great. And then we'll keep going to the next one, you know? It's stuff like that, where is that a black mark on this generation? Yes. Is it unfortunate that the only output from Sony Bend we're getting this generation is a Days Gone remaster? Yes. However, does that mean that we didn't get games like Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart, God of War Ragnarok, Spider-Man 2, Astrobot? No, it doesn't. It doesn't take away from those things. The best way I can put it, it's kind of like when we were looking over the comment section of Mystic's video yesterday. There was this one comment where somebody was like, the PS5 generation will be remembered as the generation with the most wasted potential. And that is the unfortunate truth. That's the level, that's the mismanagement I'm talking about. Where it didn't have to be, the potential that was on the table didn't have to be wasted like that. All those games I just listed that are good games, there could have been 2 to 3 to 4 more games to add on top of that from Sony. So, you know, it's thinking about the management of PlayStation Studios this gen is absolutely worth doing, because there were mistakes that were made, and there might still be some mistakes occurring right now that they're in the process of getting through and figuring out. But let me see. Well, that's true. Every company does make mistakes. None of them are perfect. People are acting like Saros is Quantum Break. Wait, what does that mean? Ray, what does that mean? I'm just looking at some of the chats I may have missed. It's an embarrassment, the fact that NCSoft's Horizon game is the game everybody wants to play rather than Guerrilla's absurd Fortnite version of it. Yeah, I mean, that's something that I've talked about before, and that I'll tell you this right now, Laman. The reason why is because they're looking at charts. They're looking at their telemetry. That decision, and this is what frustrates me a little bit about PlayStation in 2026, and I get a little bit nervous going into next gen, is like that's a decision purely driven by telemetry and no common sense. You know, where it's like, well, if we look at some of the most successful games on our console, that console being the PlayStation 5, Fortnite, Genshin Impact, you know, games with this type of aesthetic and broader appeal. Yes, you are correct, Sony. However, this is a Horizon video game. You have a very large fan base of Horizon on the PlayStation 5. What do those games look like and play like? And it's like the NC Soft Horizon game is what they look and play like. You know, the game you're purposely leaving off of PS5. It's stuff like that that frustrates me so much, because it's like, what don't you understand here? Like, how do you not? I know you're looking at the charts, and I understand there's some level of logic to your decision making based off of that data. But this is where it's like, your job shouldn't be so robotic. Your job shouldn't be to just make data-driven decisions. Your job should be to have some level of fundamental understanding of like, what is the PlayStation fan base? What are PlayStation gamers? What games do they play? What do our fans want? What do our fans expect? That's what frustrates me, is your fans, if you're going to get a Horizon multiplayer game, if you're going to get that, your fans expect what you just showed off with NC Soft. That's what they expect. Something very similar to that. That's the aesthetic. That looks like a proper Horizon multiplayer. What they don't expect and what they don't want is exactly what you're letting Guerrilla Games do, which is Horizon Hunters Gathering. That game is trying to appeal to an audience that does exist on PlayStation but has no interest in the Horizon property. That's the problem. That's the fundamental problem, that whether it be Herman Hulst or whoever else at Sony PlayStation who made this decision, that's what they're missing. It's fine. You want to make a Horizon multiplayer game? I don't blame you. Horizon sold like over 40 million units in total or something. That makes sense. You want to try to expand the Horizon franchise? That makes sense too. You've been doing that with Lego Horizon, etc. But it's like, you think you're going to get the Fortnite crowd to switch over to this? You think you're going to get the Genshin Impact crowd or the anime crowd or whoever to switch to this? You're not going to convert them to Horizon fans. And the fact that you're deluded enough to even let Guerrilla try that is concerning. When you have a game that you made for mobile that actually looks like the game that this could be a hit. This could be a live service hit on your PlayStation 5 with the 40 million plus fans that bought into the Horizon franchise. It's stuff like that I still can't help. Like, I'm not trying to be overly harsh or overly negative, but it's like, Sony, what are we doing here, man? Cheese and Chainsaws with the super chat. Thank you, buddy. He says, did you see the new Valve controller when it's dropped that does the Willem scream? It doesn't have speakers on it. It's the vibration making it. That's nuts. Wow. Okay. I did see the video footage of that, and I thought it was so funny. And I'm like, that's awesome. That is nuts. I had no idea that it's actually like the haptic feedback. How is that possible? What? I feel like I don't believe that. Hold on. I'm looking this up now because that sounds unbelievable. The Steam controller has a hidden Easter egg. It screams if you drop it. Players have discovered a hidden Easter egg in the Steam controller. Early adopters of it have started receiving the devices, and Reddit user RF3D19 discovered that dropping it can sometimes cause it to scream. Specifically, the controller plays the Willem scream a long-running movie in-joke where a stock sound effect of a man screaming is inserted into numerous films and TV shows. The scream was made famous for its appearance in Star Wars and Indiana Jones movies, and these days is used frequently. BGC has tested the theory in our controller and can confirm that the Easter egg is indeed real, but it's recommended that anyone wishing to test it out does so by dropping it on a soft surface. To trigger the sound, the player's PC must be in Steam Big Picture mode. Then, while on the main menu, dropping the controller will sometimes cause it to do the Willem scream. The Steam controller does not have an internal speaker, but controllers with more sophisticated types of rumble can use the motors in a way that recreates the sound. What? Dude, that's kind of scary. Hold on. I don't like that. That like kind of freaks me out a little bit. What do you mean it's making a sound through vibration? Well, I guess that's what sound waves are, right? They're like vibrational frequencies. Hold on. You guys got to see this. It's a 2-second. Look. That's so funny. That's so funny that they did that, though. That's crazy. Bro. Hold on. I didn't have my sound on. I got to try that again. Sorry. I keep making that mistake. Let me try it one more time. That's insane. How is that not coming from a speaker? So funny. Sony should do something like that, man. Come on. I love it. You didn't hear any. Well, hopefully it sounds edited. I don't think it was. No, apparently this is confirmed. This is why we didn't get Half-Life 3. Yeah. They had to put all that R&D into figuring out how to make that scream. The PS5's DualSense can do it via haptic feedback. They should do something then. They should program something like that into it. The NCSoft game is to introduce the Horizon IP to the mobile market in Asia. That's why it looks so close to Forbidden West. Well, I mean, look, I don't have a problem with that, right? Like, I have no problem with the idea that Sony wants to introduce the Horizon franchise to new markets. I think they should be doing that if they're trying to grow their franchises. My problem with it is just that, I don't know, like, they're purposely not bringing it to PS5. And I understand they're like, well, yeah, because we have Guerrilla making their game. And I'm like, yeah, but you should just let people choose. You know, NCSoft did confirm that it was not their decision to not bring it to PlayStation and that they would talk to Sony about it, or we would have to talk to Sony about that. And, you know, maybe that's something that can happen in the future. But that's where it starts to bother me a little bit, where Sony's, I'm going to call it what it is, man. I'll be honest. I'm going to call it what it is. You start to tell that Sony is desperate to expand their brands and their franchises. And I have to call it desperation because they're trying to do it in such aggressive and haphazard manners that it's like there's a much better way to do this. But again, we're still looking at the result of the Jim Ryan era here with stuff like this. So really it's what gets announced in the coming years. That's what we're going to find out. You know, that's where Herman resides and whatnot in terms of decision making. And Asia is the market most companies based in the West are focusing on now. MBG, Microsoft is apparently doing a Game Pass tier for China. Yeah. I mean, it's not new per se. Like, this is something they've been doing for a little bit. They do seem to be getting more aggressive with it. And I'm okay with that. I just don't like the idea that it's coming at the expense of something else, you know? Like, why not just, again, why not just release this game on PS5? I just, it's that simple. It's literally just that simple. It's like, make a PS5 port and it'll probably do well. But, you know, if they want to be stubborn about it, and they want to, you know, they no, this is how we're going to do it, then okay. Well, good luck then. That's all I can tell them. Speaking of PlayStation, guys, I wanted to go over this with you. So I meant to cover this yesterday. I didn't get around to it. My stream got cut off. All right, so there was a recent interview that was conducted. Now, I found this to be interesting because we don't really get interviews that often from PlayStation executives, and we have a direct donation, though, before we proceed, from Moonshot. Thank you for the direct donation, buddy. He says, Forza Horizon 6 already jailbroken and pirated. Damn shame. No wonder PlayStation is pulling back from PC. I mean, there is always that angle to it where I don't know how many copies of Sony's games were pirated. I imagine some were, but I don't know that that necessarily hurt them that much. But it is just one of those things where it's like, well, if you're not really getting great sales over there already, plus there's a level of security vulnerability that doesn't really exist on your console. I don't know. We're seeing Sony get way more. They're focusing down way more on like trying to secure, you know, their own ecosystem, protecting PlayStation, you know, that's what this whole situation with the PS4 jailbreak and returning digital game scam or whatever. It is a shame that happened to Forza Horizon 6 though, man. You're saying MBG in the millions on just one site? Is that true? Nuh-uh. Are you serious? We have the telemetry on that. Bloodborne is broken and on PC. It never released on PC. Well, Bloodborne, look, that's on Sony, bro. So basically, you want Sony to skip next gen while Xbox is the only console next gen. That's not going to happen. Next gen is 2028 to 2035. Or who is that in response to? Conservative. I don't mean to sound too rude, but weren't you saying you wanted to stick to the topic instead of going off on series of tangents or something like that? Wait, am I going on tangents? I feel like I've been doing pretty good today. Just trying not to, I'm trying to stay in a position that I notice, like, the more, god damn it, the more pain I'm in, well, okay, so the topic, we were talking about GTA 6 pre-orders opening up on Monday. We were talking about the impact GTA 6 is going to have on PlayStation and whether it'll live up to the hype or not. Then we kind of pivoted to talking about studio management with PlayStation and Xbox, to then talking a little bit about Horizon. So we did get a little bit derailed, but I think it was flowing quite nicely. No, Nicodemus. I'm just trying to like stay in a position where the pain is minimized, because I notice that I start to get very distracted and irritable when the pain starts to ramp up. That's when I start to. That's why I was like, after yesterday, I was kind of glad yesterday's stream died, because I didn't realize, like, dude, I started moving around. I'm like, I'm in so much pain. Like, I was just losing it, man. Oh, yeah, and we checked out the Steam controller screaming. When are we getting Wolverine gameplay? I mean, it's got to be soon. In the next month. It has to be in the next month. Literally. It has to be. There was an interview that was conducted with a PlayStation executive, and I found this interesting because, dude, we don't get interviews ever anymore. Sony is like done, conducting interviews and letting their people talk, but in this case, they did. And this is a report from Push Square. I want to tell you guys, though, there's something kind of funny about this particular interview. You may have seen a headline that came out, and I put this in the title of my stream yesterday. I just didn't get around to talking about it, where there was a headline that was written up by Insider Gaming, and it was titled, PlayStation is just a plastic box without content. And it was in like quotes. And like that was the quote that they uplifted from this interview, which is pretty funny. That's pretty funny. But obviously it's missing the context. And so it just didn't look great. But we're going to go over that. I'm going to give you the context and we're going to talk about what's being said here. But there's also something that's being teased. This PlayStation executive is teasing a potential like platform-wide update of some kind that's going to be very significant for developers. And I feel like he's talking about the PlayStation 6 tool set and dev environment. So it says here, while the PlayStation 5 and all PlayStations before it have some truly incredible first-party titles, they've never been Sony's strength like Nintendo. The Switch 2 is sold on the strength of Mario and Pokemon. The PS5 is all about GTA and Call of Duty. It's something the company has openly acknowledged in an interview with the game business. Although, as the boss of the second and third party at PlayStation, executive Christian Svensson is very much focused on a specific pillar of the ecosystem. So, describing PlayStation as very third-party focused, he says, quote, if you talk to PlayStation CEO Nishino-san, who was a very product-led background, or has a very product-led background, he'll say PlayStation is just a plastic box without content, and third parties are the lion's share of the content. So it's critical that we continue to lean in and drive and be ambitious and bring new voices to the platform. If we ever stop doing that, the industry will stop growing. We have, as an industry leader, a responsibility to continue to drive and push and grow the whole industry, not just our own business, end quote. So obviously you can see why it's funny that that original article from Insider Gaming was taken out of context. Here's the question. If Hideaki Nishino, the president of Sony Interactive Entertainment, says PlayStation is just a plastic box without content, is he wrong? No, he's not wrong. He's basically just saying the most obvious thing in the world, which is we need games on this thing, son. We need content. And that's where I just think that the other side of this is Christian Svensson here, the executive. He's I'd say he's playing a vital role within PlayStation. He's the head of third party and second party relations. And let's face it, we need to be honest here. If there was no third party relations and no third party games on PlayStation, I don't think PlayStation would be anywhere near the level of success that they are at right now. But I do think that there's truth to this. And I don't think that this is necessarily a slight against Sony's first party, but I think it's just keeping things in perspective. MBG, if Sony comes out and they say they're still PC porting, will Sony lose fans because of it? Fans? Probably not. People who pretend to be fans for the wrong reasons? Yeah. They'll lose them. I don't know what Sony's going to do. Listen, man, I understand why Sony wants to go back to exclusives. I'll be honest. Like, dude, if they come out and they're like, no, we're still supporting PC, I'd be like, okay. I've already embraced it. Like, that's the funny thing about what Sony is doing is like, dude, I already accepted it. Like, you want to go back, I'm not opposed to it because I accepted that too. That's what I was used to. I'm not going to cry about it. Like, it's like, sure, whatever, man. I get it. That makes sense if you're trying to sell your console aggressively. But it's like, no, we're going to put Saros on PC. It's like, okay. Eventually we'll put Wolverine on PC. It's like, okay. I already expected that. But if they are going back, then, I do think that, well, if you are going back to exclusivity, you should probably get a little bit more aggressive with it then and make it known like you really want to sell consoles with these games. Try to really make them shine. I mean, really, really shine. You think porting games to PC lowers the value of PlayStation? I mean, inherently it does. Yes. Inherently. Like that, I do think that is just a fact where it's like, if the games that they're producing are available in more spaces, then the value of the box itself, like, it does go down. But that is dependent upon the individual and how much value they place on something like that. Is this even up for debate? I don't know. I mean, Sony still hasn't confirmed anything yet, which is interesting. And I'm starting to think they're not going to. I'm starting to think that if they are reversing PC ports and they're not doing it for single player games anymore, it's just not going to happen. Like, there's just not going to be any more PC announcements for single player games, and they'll never say anything about it. I could see that happening. Unless a investor asks them directly what they're planning on doing, which could happen. If I had to guess, Sony doesn't want to announce it and they'll only speak on it if they're asked directly by an investor. But PlayStation is breaking records. They are. And that's kind of the irony of it, where it's like, well, I've said this before and I'll say it again. My read on Sony deciding, God damn this mouse, bro. Oh my God. I'm going to snap my neck trying to just... Sorry. Tired of bending over. It's hurting my neck. I've said it before, and I will say it again. My read on Sony announcing, or not announcing, but making the internal decision that they want to go back to exclusives, I'm fairly certain that is simply down to the fact that, listen, guys, we are going to be announcing and launching a next generation PlayStation console, the PlayStation 6. We're going to be doing so in a turbulent time, and it might not go as smoothly as we want it to. It might not go as smoothly as when we did it with the PS5 or even the PS4. And so when we look at our total sales numbers on PC, we've maybe just decided that we're going to need every ounce of ammunition we possibly have to use to convince people to buy a PlayStation 6. And going back to exclusivity might just be around. We can load in the chamber, in our marketing onslaught. And I think it's just that simple, man. I don't think there's any kind of like crazy, like, PC gamers, they ruined us. We made a horrifically terrible decision and we're paying for it. I don't think it's anything like that. I think it's just literally, you got to sell the PS6, bro. Exclusives might help. Sending a signal that we're not announcing games for PC right now might help. Shadowlink, what's up, man? You're saying, MBG, hope you are feeling better today. Just joined in later than usual, but I hope you're feeling a little better. Also, Sony might start money hatting again, hardcore on PS6. You're celebrating. Well, I mean, it's weird, man. Like, I feel better when I sit like this with my arm back. I don't know. It's taking its time, man. I feel like I'm getting like 2 to 3% better each day. Maybe just 1% better. Which is it's disheartening for me because it's like I just want to go back to normal. I'm not used to having an injury. I mean, obviously, you don't get used to having an injury. I'm struggling to adjust to this injury, and I'm trying my best to just accept that it's going to take time. So I've given myself like a date, May 21st. Why am I touching my head? 7 days from now. I am thinking if I'm experiencing minor improvements right now, 7 days from now I should have more improvement. So when I'm sitting here on the 21st talking to you guys, I should feel better. It's my hope. Have you tried marijuana? I have. Did nothing. I mean, it relaxed me a little bit, but did not do anything for the pain, dude. This is nerve pain. Nothing's touching this pain. Nothing. I've tried just about everything. Nerve pain is a whole nother beast, bro. Like, you can't do anything about it. Really. Like, so. But I'm feeling okay today. Something like super high grade. I mean, dude, they gave me Toradol, which is like one of the most potent anti-inflammatories you can get. And I feel like it didn't really do anything. You know, like, it didn't do anything. I'm like, okay, well, shit. The idea of Sony money hatting more games, though, I'm not sure. I think they will continue to money hat some games. I'm not going to assume it's to keep it off of Xbox, though. I'm going to assume it's to keep it off of Switch, too. Because if Xbox is going in the direction that they are, they're going to be getting PC versions of games. So considering most of the money hatting Sony does involves allowing them to make a PC version, just not an alternative console version, then technically it's like, yeah, Xbox will still get access to that game. So I think if they do money hat titles, it'll be more so to keep specific things off of Switch. Do you see how much money Forza 5 did on all platforms? Sony definitely wants to make money from all gamers. It's a bad business decision not to want it. Well, here's the thing. Sony has to be smart about it. Let me offer a different perspective on Sony's PC situation that maybe some people haven't really thought of. I think it's natural to see people discuss it this way, but when we hear a report that Sony's canceled the Saros PC version and the Ghost of Yotei PC version, and they're no longer putting their single-player games on PC. And apparently the reason for this is because they just weren't selling that well. It creates a bit of an argument, a back and forth dialogue. And that dialogue is, well, maybe if they were to drop their games day one on PC alongside their console, then maybe they would get much better sales on PC. And that's a fair argument to make, where it's like, logically speaking, you just might be right. Like, that makes sense. But the question is, well, is Sony going to do that? The answer right now seems to be no, they're not. They made the other decision, which is the other side of it is if you're not selling enough copies of your game on PC with your current strategy, then if you're not going to drop it day one, you might just want to stop altogether because it's not the juice isn't worth the squeeze. I have an alternative mentality that I think people should keep in mind. Wait, Sony should unannounce a delay? Wait, what does that mean? Shadowlink with a $5 super chat. Thank you for that, buddy. He says, I think they might make deals to be PlayStation only for the quality aspect and not as much for timed availability to show off the power of the console. That's an interesting theory, Shadowlink, and I could see that being true too, because one of the things I think Sony will need to entice people for the PS6 are very cutting-edge looking games. So that would be a very interesting angle where it's like, maybe it's not even about, it might just be more about marketing rights more so than exclusivity deals, where it's like the exclusivity is actually less important than striking the deal with the right games. For example, like Hogwarts Legacy. Hogwarts Legacy was a game that was shown off at the PS5 launch event, and it was like one of the biggest games shown. Got like 20 million views. And for years, people thought that was only on PS5, and it's like, no, it's a multi-platform game. Gaming Survivor, you're saying multi-platform overall is proving to be a dud. Even most Xbox games are not performing well on PlayStation. Turns out some games are crap. Not all platforms attract the same type of gamer. That's true too. I think that there's this misconception that if all games go completely multi-platform, then that game will be safe. And it's like, well, no, it like what you're saying is true. There are games that are just simply, it's like it's not going to do well in the market no matter what. But it goes in all directions. There are also games like Final Fantasy is going to be a great example. When the third Final Fantasy game comes out, that's going to be super interesting to see, because apparently the last one, being PS5 only, really hurt it. Supposedly didn't do well. And it's like, is it because of the exclusivity, or is it because this franchise, like this game, just doesn't have the reach you thought it did? We'll find out. What's up? What's that?
My mom told me to get it for you. It has like these jelly beads in it. You can make it hot or you can make it cold.
Okay.
So you can freeze it or put it in the microwave. What do you think would feel better for you?
I mean, I'm kind of hot right now, so maybe something
Put it
cold.
in the freezer.
I could try it. I'll try some
She said it
ice.
feels really good on frozen.
Okay, yeah, I'll try it. That sounds
Do
nice.
you need anything?
No, I'm good right now.
Okay.
Thanks. Cheese and Chainsaws with a £5 super chat says, Sony will be the only high-end console version of games. Xbox will basically be PC versions tailored to Helix settings, and Switch 2 low-end version. I mean, yeah, that to me does seem like a good, like you're telegraphing a potentially very accurate description of what next gen will look like. I mean, I think the only thing that really changes things up here, because yeah, I think you're right. The Switch 2 is going to get a lot of third-party games. They'll be the lower-end versions. The PlayStation will be seen as the premium, higher-end, better versions. But then I think with Xbox, like, we know it's going to be really powerful. I think the only thing that we really need to know that could change that entire image completely is whether or not, and I don't think they are, Xbox is going back to any type of exclusivity, even if it's a timed exclusivity window. Maybe I could see Microsoft basically making the decision that we want to try to have the best of both worlds here. And maybe with a game like Forza Horizon 6, it's going to be proven that you kind of can get that. Maybe. Because look at me. Like, I'm looking at this game coming out now, and I'm like, Forza Horizon 6 looks awesome. I can't wait to play it. Like, I can, actually, and I will. The fact that I know it's coming to PS5, it's like, I'm good. Like, I'm going to buy it. I'm going to support it, and I'm going to play it. I'm going to enjoy it. And I don't really feel left out that that Xbox players or PC players are getting it first. I just feel like I'm just glad it's even coming, and that they're letting me know. I feel glad that they're letting me know that, like, oh no, it's like, give it like 6 more months and we'll have it coming to you, If they want to do that with their games, that could work for them. But I feel like most people would be like me, where it's like, but it is coming to PlayStation, right? It's like, yeah, it's like, all right, well then I'm just gonna hang tight then, Top Shelf Gaming, you're saying with a $2 super chat, Square Enix knows the money is best on all platforms. Well, we'll see about that. I think I want to see them do well. I want to see Final Fantasy VII do well. I'm not convinced that the reason why Final Fantasy VII Rebirth failed was because of the exclusivity. I'm just not, because it's like, well, then explain the first game. I think, and also explain, well, Final Fantasy 16, I mean, like, dude, that game sold 3 million units in 1 week on PS5 only. And people were talking about that. Is like, it seemed like Square was not satisfied with that. It's like, bro, that's fine if you're not satisfied with 3 million sales on one platform. But you do realize that, like, for a singular platform, that's very good. And so what I've always said, and I will always maintain this, is that third-party developers should be very careful if they choose to take exclusivity deals. And I mean that. Where it's like, I can understand why Sony would want to try to secure exclusivity deals for their own interest, where it's like, we want to sell consoles, we want to, we want to market your game and flex your game and use it to help sell our console and strengthen our platform. I get that. Like, it makes sense why Sony would want to invest money into that. If you're a developer, though, or you're a publisher, you have to think really carefully about doing that, because you have to really, God bless you, you have to have a really good idea of whether or not your particular game could benefit from something like that, or if your game happens to be the type that it's actually not going to be as enticing as you think. You're going to need, even if it's just an extra million sales from Xbox and PC combined, you're going to need that. And you might not get that. And that's where it's a matter of awareness, I think, for each property to know, like, what is the strength of your property here. That was Mrs. MVG sneezing. That's where, like, you can kind of understand why Square Enix was a little bit caught off guard at Rebirth's underperformance, because it's like, wait, look at how well Final Fantasy, the first, release of Final Fantasy VII Remake did. It did so well that they were excited to sign exclusivity deals with Sony. I don't know, like it did so well that they were willing to sign Final Fantasy 16 exclusively to PlayStation. And it's just like, yeah, man, it turns out that the results you saw with Final Fantasy VII Remake, that was kind of a one-off, man. So you might want to just stick to being multi-platform, because exclusivity on whether it be Switch, whether it be PlayStation or Xbox, I don't think it's going to help you, because I just don't know that their IP has the strength, Gaming Survivor heading out, man. I appreciate you stopping by, dude. Dunk on MBG, no mercy. No mercy, bro. Oh, but yeah, I don't know if you're still here, Gaming Survivor, but I saw your comment on my stream from yesterday, and I was laughing, dude. I was like, once you look at it through that lens, you realize that is kind of weird. But, my mouse is acting weird. So, let me circle back to what I was going to say. I was going to say to you guys that I think there's a different perspective that maybe you can view Sony's approach to exclusivity and them walking away from PC that you might want to consider. And I haven't really seen many people talk about it this way. We need to maybe keep in mind that Sony can, at any moment, make the decision, actually, we are going to go day and date on PC. Actually, we are going to go more multi-platform. I feel like what I just said, you might be thinking, like, well, duh, but I feel like people who are engaged in these conversations are not really thinking about that. Where it's like, this is why I try to explain to people, like, you shouldn't be upset at Sony for going into the next generation of their PlayStation console thinking purely about, we need to make this console a success. We're not thinking about PC. We're not thinking about Xbox or Switch or other platforms or other storefronts. We're thinking about our own console and our own ecosystem, because that's literally what we built. That's our thing, right? I feel like you can't be mad at Sony for wanting to just put all of their focus on that, because that is what has served them this entire time. However, I also think it's totally reasonable to keep in mind that there's no guarantee that, okay, Sony, you've had 5 successful console generations. There is no guarantee that the 6th console generation will be a success. There's certainly no guarantee it'll be just as successful as the previous ones. There's no guarantee that the PlayStation console will remain at the center of everything PlayStation is and what they do, because we always, I mean, people talk about it all the time. Like, what happens if the PlayStation 6 flops, right? What happens if nobody buys it? What happens if it's a sales failure in the end? And this is why I try to tell people, like, in the same way that Xbox made major pivots and shifts, everybody thinks it was Xbox did A, B, C, and D because it's pro-consumer. That's not why they did it. They did it out of desperation. They did it because the thing that they actually wanted to do didn't work. What they wanted to do was sell 200 million units of the Xbox One. That's on record, by the way. Once they realized, wow, we really messed up. Not only are we not going to get to 200 million units sold, we're not even going to get to 50 or 60 million units. And so what they started to realize is, we're not selling games. Our platform isn't growing. We're actually shrinking quite considerably comparatively to the 360 gen. So when Microsoft decided, okay, we need to launch all of our games day and date on PC, that's why they did that. They didn't do it because they wanted you, the PC player, to benefit. They did it because they needed you, the PC player, to help support their business, because they weren't getting enough people to support their console business, right? Or their games. When they announced something like Game Pass, same situation. I tried to tell people, like, this isn't about giving you the best deal and being friendly to you and trying to, oh yeah, like, we just want to give you free games. No, this is because, like, dude, no one's buying our console and our games aren't selling well. We need to find an alternative path here to long-term success. And then especially when you look at them, finally deciding we're going to ship our games on PlayStation 5, that's the epitome of, yeah, our console business model has collapsed to the point where the only viable path forward to keep this business alive is to buy publishers and go multi-platform, seemingly. I'm highlighting this because I'm trying to explain to everybody that Sony, with PlayStation, isn't even remotely close to being in that position. And people don't seem to understand that. It does not mean, however, they could never get into that position. Again, there are no guarantees. But it's like, if you are Sony and you look at the success of the PS4 and the success of the PS5 and the success of your entire console business, and you have to make a decision, like, we're either going in further with PC or we're pulling back. Here's what you do. Well, we have the PlayStation 6 right around the corner. We're going to pull back and we're going to see what happens. Because guess what? If we pull back from PC and we go full steam ahead with, we're selling a PlayStation 6, it's next gen, it's all about the PS6, and we're hell-bent on making this console just as successful as the previous ones, and that doesn't work, and you're 5-6 years deep into the generation, and you've sold 35 million PS6s, guess what? Then you make the announcement, guys, going forward, all of our games are launching day and date onto PC. We're announcing a PlayStation application for PC, where when you open it up, it basically will turn your PC into a PlayStation, and we're expanding with cloud. You start to do all of the things, or many of the things, that Microsoft has done, because your console business is now collapsing. So the alternative perspective I'm trying to give people here is that if you truly believe, and this just comes down to where you believe we're headed, ultimately, telegraphing I keep using that word, telegraphing the industry. If you truly believe that consoles are going to diminish more and more and more to where they're going to become irrelevant, then you don't have to worry about Sony going multi-platform or going back to PC, because it will happen inevitably. If it's true, if that is the future where the PS6 is going to get nowhere near selling as many units as the PS5, and the console is just going to become a very niche place for a specific type of gamer to exist, then of course Sony's going to expand everywhere, just as Microsoft will, and perhaps one day even Nintendo. But for now, everything Sony's doing makes complete sense for their own business model where, yup, we're going to sell seemingly another 100 million consoles for a 6 to 7 year generation. We have GTA 6 coming out. We have Wolverine. We have immense third-party support. We're breaking records. We're more profitable than ever. It's like, why would they do anything else? And I get that there's an angle to this. And geez, before I read your super chat, there's an angle to this where there's kind of, there's the person that comes in and is like, well, we need to just think about what's best for the entire industry, right? Not Sony as a corporation and not their business. And so because of that, we have to maybe look at what Sony's doing and say, well, Sony, wouldn't it just be better for the industry if you just put your games everywhere? If you put your games on PC and just went multi-platform like Microsoft is doing. And it's like, well, I mean, I'm sure there are positives to that. Like, certainly from a consumer level, we're like, yeah, it would be better for a specific consumer who doesn't want to buy a PlayStation console to have access to a PlayStation game that they think looks cool wherever they're at. Sure, like that also, there's logic there and that makes sense. But it's like, surely if you're going to engage in a conversation, in a discussion about the games industry at this level, then you understand we are talking business, because that's what this is. It is a business. And surely we understand at some level that businesses are going to make decisions that make sense for them and their bottom line, right? And I often find that too many people who engage in this specific discussion, they're not keeping that in mind, because their response to that is, I don't care about that. And it's like, well, then how can you have this conversation? Like, how can you rationally have this conversation if you're not considering that side of it? Because it's like, well, I think Sony is being too greedy because they want to sell their own console. And I don't care that Sony wants to sell their own console. I just care that their game isn't available where I want to play it. It's like, okay, as a consumer, that makes sense. But you're not just a consumer. You're a consumer/enthusiast that's engaged in this conversation. So what do you mean you don't care that Sony wants to sell their console? So if you don't care that Sony wants to sell their console, they're supposed to care that you don't care that they want to sell their console? So they should just do what you want them to do? Because you're the person who didn't buy the PlayStation console. This is why I'm saying, like, there are too many people chiming into the conversation that don't actually speak from the perspective of a PlayStation player. And because of that, that's fine. They should be chiming in. We want to hear from, Sony should want to hear, and everybody should want to hear from people, the opinions of people who are not necessarily PlayStation players. But the problem is, too many of those people are chiming in authoritatively, where it's like, you don't even care about PlayStation, nor do you play on PlayStation. Why are you speaking as if Sony should listen to you? You know what I mean? That's what perplexes me about all of this, where it's like, of course Sony in the long run could go multi-platform. Of course they could go day and date on PC. Of course they could expand. But it's like, you think they're going to do it because you're telling them to? No, like, they're going to do it because their console business eventually may collapse. You know, and for those people, that's why you see them celebrating it, because yes, that they know that's the result. Anyway, Cheese and Chainsaws, you're saying, like Nintendo and hardware, have overall sold 860 million units combined. Sony is at 660 million for all hardware combined. That didn't guarantee Nintendo to be number one now. And yes, 860 million and 660 million. And we also, and I'm going to respond to that, Cheese. We have Soyu, aka Mr. Hamster, saying, "Hey MBG, morning. I'm brewing latte coffee." Good morning, Mr. Hamster. It's afternoon where I am. It's 2 p.m, but I hope you enjoy your latte. I'm actually still drinking my coffee too. Cheese and Chainsaws, that's the thing. I think, because let's look at the bigger picture here, right? So if Sony's ultimate goal is the same as every other company, maybe just not as aggressively as Valve, because Valve isn't a publicly traded company, but that's neither here nor there. The ultimate goal of PlayStation is they want to be number one, not just in one area, but like in all of gaming, just like Microsoft, just like Nintendo. And you're pointing out that even with all of this hardware that they've sold, it doesn't necessarily guarantee that. And that's true. And that's true. And I think Sony knows that, man. This is the important part that I think too many people don't really let marinate long enough. It's that Sony, they know, like they're not dumb. Like they know. I remember Kenichiro Yoshida, the previous Sony CEO, he was asked by an investor at the end of the PS4 generation, like, so you guys are making another console, right? And the way he said it was like, yes, we do believe it is necessary to make another console. Like, and I remember there was reports on that because people were shocked that he talked about it that way, almost like basically like the moment we don't have to do it, we're not going to. And people were shocked and were like, what do you mean? Meanwhile, like Xbox is out here saying like, we're going to make consoles forever. And you would think that would be Sony saying that. That's why I'm saying to people, like, what you see with the PlayStation console success is something that Sony, simply put, is afraid to deviate from. As they should be. Because here's the thing. Sony very clearly has these ambitions, just like Microsoft does, where they want to like take over globally everything. They want to take over everything. But how are they going to do that when it's like you're not going to be able to do that with an expensive console? You know, you have this relatively premium barrier to entry. How are you going to take over? But that's the thing, is it's like, look at what just happened when Sony decided, you know what? We're good. We have the success. We got our console install base. We got successful third parties and first parties. Let's start getting aggressive with live service, with mobile, putting games on PC, maybe even put some multiplayer games on Xbox. Let's just do it. And look at what happened. It's like, Sony, did you take over yet? No. Oh, you didn't. You didn't take over. Oh, so like what happened with your games on PC? Oh, they didn't really sell that well? Okay. Well, Helldivers 2, well, there you go. But that's just kind of a one-off. What about everything else? It just didn't work. What about your mobile games? Did they take off? Oh, they didn't take off? No, mobile gamers don't really care about Ratchet and Clank? Huh. That's kind of surprising. And it's like, so much of the backfiring you've seen is it's a reality check for Sony, where it's like, Sony, you need the console, and you need the hardcore gamer or hardcore console gamer, and you need the what do we call them? We call them the casual gamer. I don't know that the casual gamer is the best way to describe them, but you need the semi-casual gamer. The one that is going to buy your console. Maybe they'll buy like one first-party game, maybe no first-party games, but they're going to buy Call of Duty. They're going to buy sports games. They're going to be playing Fortnite nonstop on this machine. You need them too. And this is just where I think that Sony, they are in a bit of a pinch where they have to basically decide, like, how much more aggressively are you willing to experiment in the name of trying to expand your gaming business beyond the console horizon, no pun intended, until, you know, how many failures, how much blowback are you willing to take until you maybe just accept that, I mean, it's bad for investors and it's bad for overall growth, but you kind of have your people, you have your audience, and it might not have much growth to it anymore. And therefore, that's why they say things like, we may have to try to monetize them further, because that's probably one of the only ways they can continue to grow. But that's the billion-dollar question, which is like, how does PlayStation truly expand beyond the console? Because let me tell you, and I know console players don't want to hear this, but I'm just being real with you, man. And this goes for Microsoft as well. Like, if they knew what that was, if they had the answer to that, like, oh, we just have to do this, and then we win. That's it. They would do it in a heartbeat. They would do it, and the console would take a back seat. It'd be in the passenger seat, take a back seat, third row, maybe even in the trunk. But they don't know what that is. They don't know what that is. And the reason why they don't know is because of what they already built. What they already built is, you make premium games, dude. You're not going to get the casual phone gamer who's playing God knows what on their Android or iPhone and get them to be like, don't you want to play God of War? Come on, you at least want to play GTA, right? Like, no, they don't. They don't. If they did, they would have a PlayStation. I don't know, man. It's so interesting to think that, like, we get to a point where it's like, I think one of the hardest things for these companies and the people who run these companies, for them to accept, is that you could put your game in front of somebody for free and they still don't want to play it. You're not getting money from them. They're not a customer. We have a Top Shelf Gaming with a $5 chat, and he says, I have a Pro and a PC, and I don't want to hog Sony's games. I want what's best for all gamers in general. I feel if you're a gamer, you should feel the same way. I mean, I think that's fine. Like, I'm not opposed to that. I just have reservations. The reservations I have is that we need to dive deeper into what that means. Right? We need to try to think further out. And I feel like, so, like, I'll put it to you this way. If we were to trade in the console wars for, let's say, the platform wars, right? Where we eliminate the need to buy expensive hardware as a entry point to access certain games, but instead you have to engage with a specific storefront through whatever hardware you're on to access specific games. I mean, I'll tell you, there is an inherent benefit where you will save a certain amount of money, and it overall becomes a little bit, maybe depending on your situation, a lot more convenient. And I can agree with that. And that's something that I'm not like 100% opposed to, really. It's why it's like, I'm kind of okay with the idea of Sony being cracked open and having to maybe one day be like, yeah, you can access other storefronts on PlayStation. I'm not too bad about that, because I'm like, okay, well, what does that mean for me as a PlayStation gamer on the console? It means you got to make your stuff better. Sounds good to me. I hope it doesn't kill you. Like, I'm not rooting for that. But, work, like, work hard and figure it out. Like, you got to adapt and overcome, right? Just like you always have. But I always try to, I think Top Shelf Gaming, my whole thing with what you're saying is the argument that I present, or I attempt to present, from the other side of it, not as like a fanboy where it's like, my exclusives, don't take my exclusives, not like that. But it's more along the lines of, okay, so if we trade in the console wars for the platform wars, we all understand that exclusives will still exist, just in a different shape and form, right? And I don't think people talk about that enough, where it's like, it's kind of like how if you could imagine, you buy like, let's just say you buy an Xbox Helix, and this is a total hypothetical, but it's like Sony puts out a launcher on PC, and because Helix can be used as a PC, you can launch this PlayStation. You can turn your Xbox Helix into a PlayStation. Those games, it's like they're still technically exclusive. You know what I'm saying? Where it's like I can boot up the PlayStation app on my Xbox Helix and have access to, like, I could literally, I've turned my Xbox Helix into a PlayStation. But everything you're doing is still funneled right to Sony, ultimately. So in other words, it's like, if you care about achievements, if you care about, you know, the Xbox ecosystem, building a digital library, all that stuff that goes along with a digitally driven ecosystem, you having to walk away from that to go to a different ecosystem or platform, sure, you now have the benefit, and I'm not saying this isn't a benefit, this is a benefit, this is good. You don't have to shell out cash now, where it's like, okay, so I gotta spend like $400, $500, $600 for a console, for a new ecosystem, a closed one. Now I have access to these games. Now you can just boot up an app, but you still have to you have to exist in a different space digitally, you know, to engage with that content. It's like no different than when you're on your smart TV and it's like, you know, like, where do I go to find this show now? It's like, well, you still gotta sort it all out. There's still going to be exclusivity. So I guess let me take a step back here and just say, and Mario, I'm going to read your super chat, buddy. I'm sorry to keep you waiting. I just want to say that it's understandable why gamers from a consumer level see an immediate benefit to, well, what is it like if I don't have to spend money on hardware anymore? Well, you save money. More money you can spend on games. But does that remove the exclusivity problem? I don't think it removes the exclusivity problem. I think it makes exclusivity not seem as bad as it once was. Does that make sense? Where it's like, okay, maybe I'm not so opposed to the idea of Sony keeping their games exclusive if they give me some way to access those games on my hardware that I have now. Yeah, okay, then maybe exclusives are okay. But my question is, how long until that's a problem? How long until the conversation shifts to, God damn, man, I'm so tired of having to go here and go there and boot up. I mean, you see it literally right now where it's like, I need to have every single different app on my smart TV just to have access to the shows I want to watch. It's like, okay, that's good. I don't have to, and then you have to subscribe to the different. It's not too dissimilar to what I'm describing here, where it's like, dude, that's going to become the next problem. And then that's where the ultimate homogenization comes in, where it's like, well, what if we get to a point where there's just one singular unified storefront where everything exists? And it's like, but what are you talking about? Like, to me, it's like, that's not possible unless we embrace complete and total consolidation, where all these companies merge into one and they make just one universal platform. But it's like, surely everybody understands how devastatingly bad that would be, where that's like the absolute worst case scenario, where you only got one company, one option, and you're toast. You know what I mean? This is why I'm saying, like, there's layers to this. And it's fine if you want to identify the different layers, remove some, replace some, alter some, change some around. I think that's fine. That's always going to happen. But I think people need to be very careful about what they're really saying and what they're really talking about when they talk about the idea of the complete removal and deconstruction of exclusive type content of any kind. what you will see then is a complete homogenization, which is ultimately a complete consolidation, which will lead to, honestly, all of these companies shaking hands with one another while looking at you and being like, you're done now, son. You know, like, we're going to now you ain't got no options. We are the option. We are the only option. That's where I'm trying to tell people, like, this is why a lot of times, and Mario, I'm so sorry to keep you waiting, bro. I just want to make sure I get this last thought out. I appreciate your patience. I feel bad making people wait with super chats. I just want to make sure I get this last thought out. This is why with PC players in particular, and this is not a shot at PC players. It's not. It's just an understanding of where they're coming from and their mentality and why they think this way. A lot of PC players, if not the vast majority of them, they're the ones most of the time that advocate for this type of situation because they're coming from Steam. And you have to understand what you're looking at with Steam and what Steam is and who owns Steam in order to understand why this mentality exists. Valve is not a publicly traded company. They are a private company, which is why they do things that non-private companies, publicly traded companies, simply cannot do, or they would probably go out of business. If not go out of business, they would shrink dramatically, okay? And this is good. I'm not saying this is bad. This is what makes Steam so valuable to a lot of people and so appealing and the go-to place. Because it's like, well, hell yeah, man. They're a privately traded or, privately owned company. And so they can really kind of do things and maneuver in ways that benefit the consumer that these other companies won't. And that's good. But here's the question that needs to be asked. And this is why I'm saying nobody wants to talk about the long term. Everybody wants to make their content in the here and now, talking about the next 6 to 12 months, which is fine. But it's like long term, who is to say that Valve will always be a privately owned company? In fact, we've seen more often than not that a good thing can only stay good for so long until it's not. And a lot of times that's exactly what it looks like, is a private company that is doing all these amazing things. And then, there doesn't necessarily have to be a rhyme or a reason. It just happens where it's like, and now they're a publicly traded company. And now it's all about the infinite growth. I'm not trying to fear monger Steam right now. I know it seems like I am. I'm not trying to do that. I'm just trying to open people's eyes where it's like, you shouldn't advocate for PC being the only place or for Steam being the only place either, because we don't know what the future of Valve actually looks like alongside all these other companies. If they stay private and continue to operate, I've mentioned this before and it's worth mentioning again, we don't know what happens to Valve after Gabe Newell eventually passes away. I don't know how old he is, but I mean, recent photos I've seen him, he looks like he's a little bit older, and he owns 50% of it. We don't know what's going to happen when he's no longer, when he's no longer running the ship there. I'm not trying to immediately doom and gloom and say it's all going to be bad. But I just think people need to understand that for the sake of just avoiding the ultimate homogenization and consolidation, you do want to see different platforms. You do want to have options. That's why I always tell people, you don't like what Sony's doing? The biggest way to say F you is go spend your money elsewhere. Walk away. Truthfully. Mario B, thank you so much for the generous 22 euro super chat. I'm sorry to keep you waiting, buddy. But you're saying from a business perspective, the PS5 and Xbox consoles are exclusive hardware by design. As long as you develop exclusive consoles, they need exclusive games. Multi-platform games kill competition, in my opinion. And I'd say you're mostly right here, Mario. These devices are designed. You're saying they're exclusive hardware. I mean, they are. They're purpose-built hardware. It's what is a PlayStation 5 console? It is a box with no content. No, as Nishino-san would say. It is a box that you plug into the wall, you connect to your TV, you pick up the controller, and you play your games. You buy your games, you download it, and you play it. Boom, that's it. It's supposed to be simplistic, plug and play, not overly sophisticated, not something that people get frustrated with. Quite the opposite. It's supposed to be everything a PC is not. That's ultimately, because that's the thing. Like, I see people make arguments that consoles are becoming more and more like PC, and I'm like, Xbox is, yes. PlayStation, not so much. Now, granted, there are certain qualities of, of consoles that borrow some things from PC, of course. And it's all x86 architecture, not arguing that. But it's just, I think anybody who looks at the PS5 and says that's a PC, it's like, no, it's not. If you buy a PlayStation console and you boot it up, you plug in the controller, you just make a couple of base settings that are going to remain that way for the entirety of your time using the console, make an account, and then that's it. And then they'll be like, oh, you want to sign up for PS Plus? You want to go buy some games from the PlayStation Store? And if you do, I'm going to buy a game from the PlayStation Store. Buy it, download it, play it, and that's it. That's it. That's all there is to it. And maybe every now and again, you boot up your console, get a little notification, game's downloading an update. Update takes 2 minutes, unless you're like playing Call of Duty or something, and it's going to take an eternity. And that's it. And then you play it. And it's like, yeah, that is something that, in my opinion, will always be needed in gaming. Maybe in the long-term future, when the internet is so strong, or strong internet is so ubiquitous that it's like you can have that exact experience without any interference, just with an internet connection and a subscription, and the new Xbox controller or DualSense. Well, see, I don't see it that way, Nicodemus. I think you're being a bit harsh there. Like, I don't think it means you're stupid or, like I could definitely figure out PC gaming if I wanted to, like, for sure. I've messed with it before a few times in the past. I just realized, like, I don't want that. Like, I do want simplicity. Now, are there people where they are not advanced enough, like, not advanced, but like they're not the right type of people to be downloading drivers and messing with PC settings and components? Yes. And for them, yes, the console is the solution. But I do think that people, I think it's almost just like a personality thing more than anything. I think it's like, there are some things that people want to get all the way in the weeds with, and then there's some things that people, they want to be heavily involved with, but they don't want to go all the way. They want to keep it simple. They're not trying to experience every single nuanced aspect of it, And going back to what Mario said, I mean, I think one of the things that people tend to forget, and this very much speaks to what you're saying, Mario, is that one of the things that Sony has said time and time again in regards to their first party studios and their exclusive games is that their whole mentality behind it is, we need to create showpiece games. So it's like, okay, here's the box. What makes this box special? Why should I pay attention to your box over anything else that's out there, whether it be PC or an alternative box? Well, check out these 4 games. These games were built just for this box, and they show off what this box is capable of, and you can only get them on this box. So, yeah, I mean, it's like, when you look at it from that perspective, it's like, okay, that actually makes a lot of sense. Like, hold on. it's like, I even encounter PC players sometimes, and they're like, look at all these games I get on PC that I can't get on console. And I'm like, so exclusive games. You see what I'm saying? Like, I'm telling you, the exclusivity argument, it just breaks down, man. It does. Like, I'm not saying there's something illogical or wrong with people who want better for the industry. I'm right there with you. Like, I wish we could have a gaming utopia. I'm telling you, I wish everything could be peaches and cream and sunshine and rainbows and no rain clouds. And it's like everybody's holding hands and loving games together. But it's like, dude, we're not in heaven. This isn't gaming in heaven. This is gaming on planet Earth. Okay? I'm living in reality. And reality tells me that everybody's always going to find something particular about whatever it is they want to engage with that attracts them to it. Always. And knowing that's in human nature, it will therefore be exploited, especially in the name of, game and growth. And so, the point I just made about PC players is it's like, yeah, if you encounter a PC player that says, man, I love, one of the reasons I love PC is because I have access to all these games I didn't on console. It's like, then you are defaulting to exclusive games matter to you. Because that's what those games are. They're exclusive to PC. And they're not on console. I'm not saying that has to be your only reason. I'm not saying that, that's not a gotcha moment there. Again, this is not about gotchas. This is about self-awareness and people understanding on a deeper, more fundamental level, like why exclusives, no matter what you think about them, are never going away. Consoles can disappear. Brands can, Boss, are you stuck? Oh, shit. I thought Boss got stuck for a second. Consoles can disappear. Hardware can disappear. Brands can make decisions and changes. Exclusives, to some extent, and I'm not saying this for each brand itself, but just somebody out there. You could, listen, tomorrow there could be an announcement, and Newsol, I'll read your super chats too. There could be an announcement tomorrow where, and I have a direct donation from World's Greatest Detective. I'm going to read that too. Hold on. I have a couple of direct. I'm looking at my direct donations. I'm a little bit behind. I'm going to read those too. So don't worry. If I didn't read your direct donation, I'm going to get to it. Same thing with your super chat. Tomorrow, Microsoft, Sony, and Nintendo could come out, and Valve for that matter, and they could all come out with some big announcement, shaking hands, saying, we're breaking down the walls and we're breaking down the barriers. From this moment forward, every single game is going to be everywhere on every platform. And there'd be celebrations and everybody'd be like, we did it. We did it. Yes, we finally have the gaming utopia. And you know what's going to happen? Maybe not right away. Give it a year. Maybe 2. You're going to have Apple come in. Google, Amazon, Netflix, doesn't matter. Meta, somebody. And they're going to be like, so, yeah, we're getting involved now, and we're going to have games that are not everywhere. And maybe at first, people are like, whoa, wait. Well, who cares? Do you even make good games? And maybe they don't make good games at first, but what happens if they do make good games? What happens if they start buying games? Like, do you see what I'm telling you? I'm telling you that whatever it is that people think is going to happen in the long run, this fantasy in their mind, it doesn't exist. It's not possible in the world of business. So unless the entire video games industry decides it wants to be a charity and not a business anymore, then people need to start talking in reality. They need to start engaging on a more on a less hyperbolic level of like exclusives are bad. It's like, yeah, but why? Tell me why. It's like they're anti-consumer, and it's like you do understand that almost like so many of the things you engage with are basically anti-consumer, right? You do understand that basically business these days is essentially anti-consumer. And yet I guarantee you're still deeply engaged with it. Why is that? It's because unfortunately, yeah, like I don't want to go beyond gaming, but anyway, let me read some of these chats. Are you serious? I'm New Soul. Before I read your chats, I just want to read these direct donations because they've been waiting for quite some time. Where are they here? We have a direct donation from Perfect Image. He says, I don't know why people think that games should be on everything. How will my store have a better market share? This is a question. Well, exactly. See, Perfect Image, like you're just coming at it from the angle of like, but the world of business exists. The stock market exists. Publicly traded companies and capitalism exists. It sure does. Listen, if you really want to boil this down, guys, listen, if you really want to get down to the metal of it, what you're ultimately seeing here is a fundamental conversation regarding like capitalism versus like socialism, maybe not socialism, but more like communism. And I know that sounds crazy to some people where it's like, whoa, what are we talking about? We're just talking about games. No, but like, seriously, like this is why I try to tell people, like, if you're trying to have these conversations about consumerism, anti-consumer practices, pro-consumer practices, businesses, billion-trillion-dollar corporations, you need to acknowledge to an extent that we're talking about like fundamental ways of life that wars have been waged over on like what is the better way to live, what is the better way to go about doing things and running things. And, you know, when I talk about this gaming utopia that people keep wanting to fantasize about, it's like, dude, yeah, you're describing communism. You're a commie if you don't want exclusives. No, relax. I'm not saying that. I'm saying if you look at what communism actually is, that's what communism is. Communism is we can all live in perfect harmony equally, and everything will be perfectly distributed and perfectly shared, and it'll all work out great. And it's like, yeah, why do you think communism never works? Because that's not how it works, because all it takes, you could have 9 people shaking hands, getting along just well. You get one guy that walks in, the bad apple, so to speak. Actually, I'm going to take more for myself because I can. And I will. And there's nothing you can do about it. And then before you know it, you just blew up communism. Now it's not working. Now the whole thing breaks down. That's where the saying, one bad apple ruins them all. That's where it comes from. That's why I'm saying when you're talking about these things, you know, it's a matter of balance. Like, this is why I think maybe something like a platform war maybe makes a little bit more sense going into the future rather than just a type of gaming utopia, because a gaming utopia won't last and it'll break down and we'll be right back to square one. But I don't know. Maybe the way I'm talking about this, some people just think it's half-cocked, but it's just the truth of the matter, man. I mean, listen, before I read the rest of these chats, go look at the way people are talking about the games industry in the year 2026. If you look at the way people are talking about the games industry in the year 2026, what are they really angry with? What are they upset with? They're angry with the end stage capitalism of it all. That's what they're upset with. That's the you know the term, I'm sure you guys have seen, you know, the term enshittification. That's what that term basically represents, is it's the idea of end stage capitalism where consumers become drones, and the reason they become drones is because everything just becomes worse, and we accept it because there's no alternative. And the reason why there's no alternative is because we've hit the end stage to a point where companies have become so desperate just to keep making the line go up at any cost necessary, even if that means being anti-consumer, even if that means the enshittification of it all. I mean, this is why when we, like, I don't usually get this deep about it, or when I do, I don't usually stay on track with it, but it's like people, when they are engaged, because I appreciate, like, trust me, man, this is enough to break your mind. It's too much. But when we're talking about video games and the industry and the platforms and exclusives and hardware and anti-consumerism and pro-consumerism and what this company's doing right, what that company's doing wrong, and we're looking at all the feedback that's being given, it's just important to understand that so much of what is happening is, and I know this sounds untrue, but it's not even the fault of the companies themselves. It's not the fault of the consumer. It is basically just a fundamental breakdown of whatever structure it's built around. Where, like, why is it that I can yell at Microsoft and say, Microsoft, you are a multi-trillion-dollar corporation, or I can yell at Sony and say you are a multi-billion-dollar corporation. You have so much money, you can run a country with it, Like, why are you penny pinching? And it's like, well, because that's what we were told to do because of the system that we decided to be a part of. That's the system that we were built around. That's why it's like, honestly, man, it's going to be really sad. This is coming from a PlayStation player. It's going to be really sad if the day comes where Valve does go public or something does change, where it's like, dude, I am not against Valve bringing the heat to Sony and Microsoft and Nintendo for that matter. Because you know what? I don't want to see, it's like I said, I don't want to see Xbox go under. I don't want to see PlayStation go under. I don't want to see Nintendo go under. But it's like, I can't feel too concerned, Sony, about your concern as a company due to us reaching end stage capitalism is how do you become worth $150 billion and then $200 billion and then $250 billion. I'm not concerned about that. I'm a PlayStation fan, bro. Like, I just want to see you guys be awesome in gaming, And the same thing with Xbox, where it's like, the reason why I tell people to be so careful and so weary about, you have to be careful about what you hear from Asha Sharma and the marketing side of that is because I'm like, don't forget they're a multi-trillion-dollar publicly traded company on the stock market, dude. And they're reporting loss after loss after loss after loss. Do not be foolish enough to just assume that, hey, man, they're ready to listen to us now. Maybe. And I hope we're right. I hope you're right about that. But be careful. So anyway, I'm really going off the rails now. Let me read. I have another direct donation from World's Greatest Detective. Thank you for the $2 direct donation. He says, the reasons I stay on PlayStation are the physical discs and the performance. Their exclusives this gen were meh to mid at best. Interesting. Well, see, that's where I always try to advocate when I'm talking about PlayStation. Or like when I'm talking towards Sony. Like, I hope you still care about physical games going into the PlayStation 6, Sony, because there are hardcore fans where that is their reason for staying. The performance, same thing. I feel like, things like the PS5 Pro, PSSR, these things do matter. It might not be to the vast majority, but it matters. And World's Greatest Detective, you're a good example of that. And you're also an example of, sometimes the exclusives aren't the be all end all. They just play a role in it, right? All right, we have New Soul 9, I'm sorry to keep you waiting, buddy, and sorry to keep you guys with the direct donations waiting, too. If you haven't already, please take a moment, hit that like button for me. We're sitting at 126 likes. New Soul, you're saying, MBG, that way I refer that exclusivity exists either way, whether you make it by the hardcore or the product is hypothetically everywhere. Hold on. I don't know if I fully understood this. I don't know if well, let me read your second chat here. You're saying when someone refers to a PS5 as a gaming computer, they are not wrong because the fundamental that was used to build it was from a PC. Well, yeah, but that's the thing, man, is it's like you can acknowledge that's a technicality, you know? It's like, oh, well, I mean, listen, the PS5 is built on x86 architecture and fundamentally at its core, like it stems from PC. It's like, yes, that is true. And it is a technicality of the truth that makes up the PlayStation 5. But it's like, outside of that, what else is PC about it? And that's where it stops, that's where it transforms into something on its own. And so I'm not saying I just think that if somebody is saying like the PS5 is basically already a PC, it's like, we know what they're trying to say when they say that. You know what I mean? Like, oh yeah, your PS5, it's basically just a PC. It's like, I know what you mean when you say that. You're trying to make it seem like if I were to just go buy a PC and start gaming on that, it's not going to seem that much different from my PS5. And it's like, that's not what's going to happen at all. What's going to happen is it's going to be completely different. You're going to be booting up Windows. You're going to be downloading Steam. You're going to be creating a Steam profile. You're going to be learning what it means to download drivers and mess around with settings. And maybe you'll like that. I'm not saying you won't like that. I'm just saying that you're not doing any of that on a PS5. Not even close. But more importantly, the things you do on a PS5, you can't do on a PC. By that, I mean, you can't boot up the PlayStation Store on the PC. You can't access PlayStation Plus on PC. And I get it. If you chose to go to PC, you probably don't care about those things anyway. But I don't know. From my perspective, console and PC are two very distinct, different things. I think that there are some similarities, certainly. There is some level of crossover. But I don't know, man. It's like, even though I could figure out PC probably relatively quickly, you tell me right now, like, go on your PC and play Lego Batman and 007. It's like, I'm probably going to run into some problems. You know? I'm not saying I won't be able to troubleshoot them or sort them out or fix them, but it's just like, that compared to, I just know that if I buy a physical version of Lego Batman and put the disc in, and then I just play it. And the most I have to maybe choose is, do you want performance mode or fidelity mode? You know? You get what I'm saying? I mean, maybe that's the thing though. But here's the thing. Exactly. You're saying, not if you do it in big picture mode. That's what's fascinating, and that's what I'm interested in, where there's more solutions being built by Valve and Microsoft to bridge that gap of like, if you do have a PC, what if we made it as simplistic as a console? That's interesting to me. Now that catches my attention, where it's like, Sony, you hear that? You better be paying attention. We'll have to see how that, Wait, Sentient Ironheart, are you talking to me? Oh, no, I think you're talking to somebody else. My bad. Yeah, I just saw that. My bad, dude. Hold on. I am thirsty. Oh, God. Just need a little breather for a second. My neck, bro. Guys, as I'm taking this moment to rehydrate, like I said, make sure you hit that like button. If you guys are enjoying the stream, let me know by hitting that like button. I forgot to read a super chat. Buttery Cheeks, I'm going to read your super chat. Don't worry. If you drop the super chat, I'm just a little bit behind. I will read it. I promise. If you want to continue to support the channel and what I do here, you guys are the sponsors of the stream. We're sitting at 15 members on the day. I want to encourage you guys, if you're feeling up to it, if it's within your means, let's see if we can get to that 25 mark. I'd really appreciate that. Boss is patiently waiting. No pressure. No pressure. But, you know, we are close. Oh. Sheesh. All right. Okay. I was just talking for so long there. Like, I just got so thirsty. Buttery Cheeks with a $10 super chat. Buttery Cheeks, thank you for the super chat. You're saying, MBG, I know I'm in the minority, but I have a beefy PC to play third party, Switch 2 for Nintendo games only, and just bought a PS5 Pro since Sony is returning to exclusives. Personally, I love exclusives. I mean, you're saying you're in the minority. Maybe you are. I don't know for sure. It's difficult to truly determine. What I can say to that, Buttery Cheeks, is I'm right there with you, dude. Like, I'm in an interesting place with exclusives where, like, I really do find myself in the middle. And I know that's, you know, people see that as like fence sitting. Like, you don't want to make up your mind. But no, like, really, I can see how, like, there is a side to exclusivity that appeals to me inherently because I grew up with it. There's almost like there's like a nostalgic factor to it where, like, it's not even just the nostalgia, it is the identity, you know, where, like, when I think of PlayStation, there's a chance that, like, at least half the games that immediately pop into my mind are exclusives. Even if you, like, think about, like, my favorite game series of all time, that being Metal Gear Solid. Like, that was a PS1 exclusive, basically. I mean, eventually it went to other places, but that was a PS1 game, dude. Through and through. And I think about, like, Crash Bandicoot, you know? I'm just talking about, like, the earliest PS1 days. Even, like, Spyro, dude. But when I think about the history of not just PlayStation, but just even Xbox, like, dude, Xbox, the original Halo, and how, like, big of a deal that was. You think about, like, I'll be honest with you, man. I know I get like this. I get a little bit upset and a little bit defensive sometimes with some people where they talk about this stuff like it's just always been bad. And I'm like, no, it hasn't. Like, maybe for you. And I get it. I'm an adult now. I'm not a kid anymore. So I can see things from that perspective where it's like, yeah, okay, so there are negatives to it for sure. But, like, dude, it was awesome. It's just, you're telling me it wasn't awesome to see Mario 64 and be like, dude, I need an N64. This game looks lit. You know, like, even I played that. Like, this game is creepy as hell, but I love it. I did like that game. I don't know, man. I see, like, I even think about the Xbox 360, man. You know, the original Gears of War. But I think about, like, Left 4 Dead. I know Left 4 Dead was on PC as well. But for me at that time, it's like, I'm looking at the consoles and I see Left 4 Dead and I'm like, oh, dude, like, this is a dream game. And I get excited. I'm excited I want a reason to buy in. Give me a reason to get excited to buy in. That's what exclusives have done. And I'm not going to lie. I get frustrated when people, I'll be honest, I'll use the term pretend They pretend that it was like always bad. Like, people were so upset at Gears of War. People were so mad when the PS3 had Metal Gear Solid 4 as an exclusive. No, they weren't. They were like, fuck yeah, this is a reason for me to get excited about this next-gen console and to go out and buy one, damn it. I hate that people have tried to diminish that down to nothing, where it's like, God forbid, Sony wants to come out and be like, we fucking made this God of War offshoot game, this Faye game. I don't know how people are going to feel about that, but and it's going to be exclusive and it's going to be awesome. Like, Fizzant, bro. God forbid Sony makes Fizzant a PlayStation 6 exclusive and is like, listen, if you're not excited about the PlayStation 6 and you don't want to buy it and it hasn't caught your attention, check this shit out. I think that's awesome because it means you care to try. Like, oh, okay. And I get it. Like, psychologically, some people might look at that as like, dude, they're just trying to manipulate you into buying their hardware. And I'm like, well, yeah. But what's so bad about that? Like, if your hardware is good and listen, if they sell a piece of shit with an awesome game, that's a problem, where it's like, hey, okay, so I bought your console and the game's awesome, but this console actually sucks. But that's not usually how it goes, The console has to be good usually in order for the game to be good. But you get what I'm saying. It's like if the UI's junk or there's certain features that are just like, Hold on. My YouTube studio is crashing. Hold on, guys. I don't know why it does this. It's so frustrating. All right. But yeah, Buttery Cheeks, I'm just saying, man, like, it's the cynicism of it all. Big Noids with a £2 super chat says, Modern Slop. Modern Slop, baby. Can't live without it. Thank you, Big Noids. We also have, let me see here. I know I'm still a little bit behind on super chats. Raven X0 with a $5 chat. And he says, I wanted to just show how it was before, or I think you're saying you just want it how it was before. It was simple, prioritizing their console, trying to earn your attention. It's good to hear that PlayStation is walking back. And yeah, see, that what you're describing there to me is it's a simplicity that I've always appreciated. Donkey Kong Banana, thank you for the goat. The goat, thank you for that, man. That was 1,000 joules. How much is 1,000 joules? It like doesn't show me. Why doesn't it doesn't show me the value of these joules, dude? It's weird. It's like a currency, but I don't know. MBG the GOAT trophy. Thank you, bro. How much was that? Was that $1? I don't know. These joules always throw me off. Oh, man. You honored Forza 6 by ordering tacos? But yeah, like, Raven, I'm in agreement with you, man. Like, I've never had a problem with just a console manufacturer saying we want to do everything we can to make this a primary experience for you, a better experience, a meaningful experience. Like, this is why I don't want to see Xbox die, man. Like, this is why I actually do kind of advocate for Xbox to go back to exclusives a little bit. I mean, I'm not convinced they will, but it's like, it would be so cool, dude. Like, if they were like, you know what? Yeah, we are making these games exclusive to Xbox. You want them? Buy an Xbox. Like, okay, then make good games, and I will. And it's like, oh shit, okay, Forza Horizon 6, maybe State of Decay 3, who knows what else you get? Maybe Fable. Okay. Yeah. Give me a reason to get excited. To be part of your ecosystem. Yours. Give me a reason. And if they don't want to, that's fine. But, you know, even if I'm enjoying the opposite ecosystem, it's like, hey, the harder you're trying to work for my money or my attention, Sony, pay attention. Look at what they're doing. They're trying to pull me over there. What are you going to do? And I like that. I have always liked. I think that's cool. I think that is the competition that we look for. MVP Moss, you're saying with a $5 super chat, I have a Pro for exclusives and some third party, a Switch 2 for indies and exclusives, and PC for my multiplayer and other third party too. It's great. And that's I want to listen. I think I want to put this out here because I don't think I touched on this enough. And I think it's important. If I'm being completely fair and I'm covering this holistically, I touched briefly upon the idea of, you get rid of console exclusives, then you basically, for a lot of people, you remove the need to have to spend money on consoles. 4,000 jewels is like $50. Oh, okay, interesting. I didn't know they were worth that much. 700 jewels for $10, $18 to $20 for a trophy. Okay. Really? Oh, that's crazy. I didn't realize it was that much. Oh, yes. So you're using the free jewels. Okay. Yeah. All right. Yeah, I think YouTube gives out like a certain amount of free jewels you can use. That's interesting. I'm still trying to figure out the jewel thing. Oh, yeah, true. If I click the chat, it'll tell me. Wait, does it show it for me? Hold on. I know I'm getting a little bit derailed. They're not there for... I think they're only on mobile. That's why. But I appreciate it nonetheless, man. I just wanted to acknowledge that I understand with the way things are going economically, people are struggling, financially. Things are getting more expensive, and gaming is becoming more and more of a luxury type hobby where it otherwise wasn't necessarily seen as luxury, right? It was more affordable. And so I understand and I do sympathize with people that are like, dude, I like can't afford to have everything, like I got to make a decision. And that is why I say, like, I can understand the upside to you remove that barrier. That helps a lot of people. And I don't want to ignore that and pretend that's not a thing because I've been there. I know what it's like, dude. And I'm sure almost everybody does. If you grew up gaming, you know what it's like when you're missing out because it's like you're at the mercy of like, can your parents afford this other console for you? Yes or no? And then your parents are asking like, I already got you a console. Why do you need another one? It's like, you don't understand. Like there's this game I need to play. I totally get it. And so that's why I'm saying like maybe the idea of platform wars being more of a thing isn't so bad. But as a more traditional console player, I can never bring myself to truly be against the traditional console model. I just can't do it because it's like, I don't know if I should put that there because it's just like, yeah, man, that's what I know. And we have New Soul 9 with basically $30 super chat. New Soul, thank you. Calm down, boss. I know, boss. I'm telling you, we're at 15 members. We need 10 more. You got to be a patient boy. All right? We'll see. Hang tight. They might come through. New Soul 9, I'm going to make my cat suffer. You suffer, boy. Meanwhile, Papa's passed out over there. New Soul 9, thank you so much for the $30 worth of super chats, buddy. I very much appreciate that. You're saying, MBG, to elaborate, when I speak about exclusivity, I was referring that you are practicing it either way. For example, a third-party game still needs to achieve exclusivity in terms of the gameplay, story, environment, etc. That makes it stand out from the market, just like the IP Shadow of Mordor, where it has exclusive gameplay in the form of the Nemesis system. So no other studio can do it, or they'll get sued, which is crazy to think. That is crazy to think. Okay, that makes sense, New Soul, and you're actually completely right about that. And what you are explaining here and what you're describing, essentially, is that in some way, shape, or form, there's always going to be some kind of competition in some regard. I don't know that this can necessarily be seen as an apples to apples comparison to, we're talking about like exclusive gameplay features. I mean, like, it depends on how semantical you want to get with it, right? Where it's like, technically every game is like an exclusive in its own way, because there's characters and environments and gameplay design that you can only get in that game. You know, like GTA 6 is kind of an exclusive because there's no other game like it. It's going to have certain technologies that. So I get what you're saying, where you're basically just describing that there's competition that exists in game development, where they're all going to want this setup is better for cat viewing. You're absolutely right. There's going to be competition that's fighting for this. This is so funny, dude. That's fighting for your attention. It may not be for a piece of hardware. It may not even be for an ecosystem, but it will be for the software itself. I guess the concern ultimately here is that, you know, the concern, I mean, it's kind of like what you're saying, where you reference Shadow of Mordor, and this is where like things, it's kind of funny to think that, like, even if we whittle things all the way down to a gaming utopia where everything's super ubiquitous, you can access everything everywhere, you'll start to see more stuff like that. You know, where it's like developers will become more and more desperate to stand out and to look different. And you could start to see more of these kind of patented game design systems that are like, you know, this series and this franchise has this patented blah, blah, blah system that nobody else can replicate. I mean, that's a very slippery slope. You know, that's even that. I mean, I think, I'll be honest, I think that's worse. I hope nothing like that. It's interesting, you know, the Nemesis system was cool, but what made it so lame at the same time was like, WB's like, it's ours. You can't do that. Oh, you're inspired by our Nemesis system? You can't do nothing. It's basically just IP copyright. Yeah, essentially. That's why I think GTA 6, that's the better way to do it, in my opinion, where it's like, dude, it's not that any of this is copyrighted. Like whatever, like there's gonna be like certain systems in GTA 6, I guarantee you, that we're gonna see that are like, holy shit, we've never seen anything like this. And it's not gonna be because it's like, we made it and it's ours and ours alone. It's gonna be like, we made it so good. Like, we're so good at what we do. Good luck. You can try to copy it, you'll fail. You know, it's like, I don't know. It's just a matter of skill, I suppose, you know? And I guess that's kind of the, you know, that's what we would want to see preferably in game design and game development competition, is we want to see the sheer level of skill on display, where it's not so much like, you know, kind of cut and run type tactics. But I totally get where you're coming from, New Soul. Maybe that is where we're going to, I don't know. I hope we don't go down that road. We saw that there was like a legal battle with Nintendo and Pal World and stuff like that. And I don't know. Never underestimate these companies, you know, and what they're willing to try to copyright. MBG, I really want to play Wolverine but I can't afford a PS5. I only have a PC. Do you have some advice to help me out? It'll be good if the game comes to PC, right? I mean, buy a PS5, you son of a bitch. No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. I mean, I don't have advice per se. Like, I don't think there's any advice I could give you. Get a second job. There you go. That's what Sony would tell you. Get a second job so you can afford a PS5 Pro. Would it be good if it came to PC? I mean, it's interesting because, like, I wouldn't be opposed to Wolverine eventually coming to PC. Like, I guess what I'm trying to say is, like, maybe a good halfway point across the industry. And I know there are going to be some diehard PlayStation players and Nintendo players, and even Xbox players that don't agree with this, which is fine. But, like, I feel like maybe where we are now, having this kind of compromise where it's like, let's just do timed exclusivity. Let's just do it. You know, where, like, with everything across all platforms, maybe that can be good enough. Where, like, I do feel like, yeah, it is cool. Like, as a PS5 player, damn, bro, Sony secured an exclusive Wolverine game. God damn. Like, I'll tell you what, if I didn't already own a PS5, I would have been out there buying a PS5. That, to me, that's a must play at all costs, you know? So I feel that. But I do also, like, if what you're saying is true, it's like you want to play it, but you can't really afford a PS5. It's like, damn, dude. Like, I want to tell you, you know, try to find a way to get a PS5 if you really want to play it. But if Sony was, like, still doing their PC thing, I'd be like, well, just be patient. You'll probably be able to access it on PC within, like, a year, maybe a year and a half, maybe two. Which, you know, that kind of sucks, too. I guess, like, who wants to wait 2 years? But it's like, better than, I don't know. I mean, my only other alternative would be like, well, you got to save up for a PS5 then. Which wouldn't be, I mean, and if you were hearing it from me, I'll tell you, like, I mean, dude, I think the PS5 is great. I think it's a worthwhile investment. If you're able to save up for it over time, I think it'd be worth your while. But I totally get where you're coming from, man. Like, this is where I'm saying I'm like in an in-between space with exclusives where I like them and I think they're awesome sometimes, or a lot of times, because that's, again, I grew up with them and I still see the value in them. But I also, like, I can't pretend that if Sony told me, like, if they told me today, yeah, we're bringing Wolverine to PC, I'm not going to, like, now I'm less excited for it and I'm angry and now I like my PlayStation less. Like, no, I'd be like, well, damn, that's sudden, you know, and I don't know what this means for the future of your console, but okay, like, whatever, bro. You do what you got to do. You know, I'm not gonna. It's like I said at the beginning of the stream, like, I've kind of already just accepted that Sony embraced PC, and now that they're walking it back, seemingly, it's like, okay. I mean, I'm just re-embracing what I already embraced before. It's if anything, it's like, Sony, make up your fucking mind, bro. You know, like, what are you doing? So many white middle class people in the chat. You really? You think so? Shadowlink with a $5 super chat says, before I started making the money I make now, when I could barely afford things, I just saved up if I wanted something. Is it that hard? I'm asking seriously. I mean, I don't know, man. That's where I feel like I don't think it's unrealistic to save up for things. If there's something you really want, you'll probably find a way to prioritize it, even if it just means setting aside a little bit of money. I think the problem sometimes in regards to console gaming, Shadowlink, is the problem, I think, stems more so. So, like, going back to what Top Shelf Gaming said, the question I have is, it's a serious question. Like, if you imagine yourself saving up for a PS5, where it's like you're going to be a little bit late to Wolverine, or maybe you start saving now. Maybe, just a hypothetical, it's like you start saving up for a PS5 now, so that way by the time September and November rolls around, maybe you want to play GTA 6 as well, you can buy a PS5, right? Number one, are you even able to do that? But let's just assume if the answer to that is yes, I can do that. If that's the thing, I have this question, and it might be more pertinent, which is like, I get the feeling, I have a sense, and you tell me if I'm wrong, and I have the sense because I feel this way too towards other platforms. It's like, you kind of just don't want to be on PS5. Like, you don't want to have to engage with PlayStation. You want Wolverine, obviously. Like, you want to play it, but you've seen what PlayStation has to offer. You've seen the PS5 UI, you see the PS Store, you see the DualSense, you see how everything, PS Plus, all this stuff, and you're just like, I don't want that. I'm sure it's all fine, well, and good, but I don't want, and I don't want to pay for, I don't want it, and I definitely don't want to pay for it. Why would I want to pay for something I don't want? It's like, but I want that damn game. I feel like that right there might be the fundamental inherent problem of all of this. Where it's like, I look at something like the Switch 2 and the Dusk Bloods, and I'm like, that game looks pretty sick. I really don't want to buy a Switch 2. And I don't want to play on Switch. Like, I want to play that game. I really, really, really don't want to play on Switch. So, like, I know what that feels like, where I definitely don't want to spend money on the Switch. But that game looks pretty sick, man. The game looks pretty sick. So, I know what it feels like, is what I'm trying to say. Like, I know what it's like to be on the other side of it. And so, I don't know, man. Like, this, I guess it's that right there. It's like, so MBG, like, would it be such a bad thing if you found out that the Duskbloods is going to release on PS5 1 year later? Top Shelf Gaming, bro. I mean, I just feel like that just came out of nowhere. I don't think that answered my question. I'm just laughing because I feel like I don't think that answered the question I was asking. But I guess I'm just saying, like, I get it. I don't feel like it would be such a bad thing. Like, I would be kind of like happy if it's like, oh yeah, the Duskbloods is a timed exclusive and I'll be able to play it on PS5 a year later. Okay, I'll just wait. I'm cool with that. That's bad for Nintendo. But you see how that's bad for Nintendo? But that's the thing, is it's like, you know, it's like, well, what would Nintendo need to do to get my attention? I'm like, make a real console. No offense to the Switch 2. You get what I'm saying. Make a real console. Like, make an actual PlayStation competitor. Be what Xbox is supposed to be. Then you get my attention. Maybe. But that's the thing. It's like, I get it. Like, Nintendo's going to look at me and be like, no. You want this game? Buy our console. And it's like, oh, all right. Well, I got to make a choice. So I don't know. What's a real console? Make a real man's console, you son of a bitch. No, I don't mean like a real I just meant like, make a more traditional console. That's what I mean. Make a traditional console that's not a handheld hybrid. I'm not interested in that. I'm not interested in Nintendo's hardware, dude. Like, at all. If the Switch becomes the number one console over PS2, and it's like, damn, I would have never guessed. Dude, I'll never forget when the Switch 1 was first announced. I'm like, this thing's going to flop. I'm not even kidding, dude. I wasn't really even on YouTube at that time. But I remember being like, I was sitting at a Burger King with my friends eating Burger King. That's because that's what you do at Burger King. You eat Burger King at Burger King. And we were talking about this. I'm like, I'm pretty sure this thing's gonna flop. And they were like, no, it's not. Like, you're wrong. And I'm like, I don't know, man. I was so wrong. Like, I couldn't have been more wrong. It's a good thing I wasn't on YouTube at that time, because that would have probably been the biggest L I ever received. All right. Hold on. Let me see here. I'm just making sure I didn't miss any. Okay, did not miss any direct donations. I feel like I'm forgetting something. Oh, hold on. Somebody said Siege just tweeted there will be 6 ways to pre-order GTA 6. 3 digital, physical one with rare stuff, and 2 with Pro/standard PS5 with codes. All right, let me go check that out. Shadowlink says to Top Shelf Gaming, honestly, if I was in that position, I'd save up starting now, whatever I could, and just get a PS6 when I got the PS3. I saved up for a while and got it 3 years after it came out. Did they not serve you a Big Mac? I see what you did there, Gavin. I was eating at my Burger King and I was outraged that they didn't have no Big Macs. How dare they? Dude, I am so annoyed right now, man. Like, I'm sorry. I just have to take a moment here. Like, I cannot wait until I can put my desk back, because I know it seems like this is, like, I'm being, like, this is just a lazy, I mean, I am lazy and, like, lounging, but I don't like this. I feel so limited, man. You know what? I'm letting you guys know now. I don't know when it'll be. It'll probably be very soon, probably in the next 24 to 72 hours. I'm probably going to change my setup again because I want to go back to my normal shit. But I just don't know that I'm ready. Like, I want to believe I'm ready, but I don't think I am, because even just sitting here, I'm still in pain. That a couple days ago when I did that stream where I was standing up, I thought it would help me. I don't think it helped me. I was in so much agony after that stream, dude, where I'm like, okay, I'm not ready for this. I'm a bad, I don't know, rehabilitation patient. You know, I'm supposed to take it slow. Anyway, New Soul 9, I'm sorry. New Soul 9. It's just getting to me psychologically, bro. He says MBG, Burger King and Wendy's are the GOAT. I like Wendy's. Unfortunately, every time I eat Wendy's, like, they kind of make me sick. I don't know why. My cats are adorable. Thank you. Yeah, they're really cool. I love how they're both chilling. That's awesome. I mean, that's the thing. I don't know. Is this setup better? I feel like some of you guys like this setup better, but I can't. I don't like sitting on a sofa, bro. I don't like sitting on a sofa. But yeah, every time I eat Wendy's, it kind of makes me sick. Burger King, I'm okay with. My problem with Burger King is I've had too many bad experiences, probably with my local Burger King, where it just is like the quality is like, what are we doing here? I do think Burger King's fries are a little bit underrated. They're pretty basic, but they're not McDonald's fries. Nothing touches McDonald's fries. But Sofa Gaming, MBG. Hey, yeah, exactly. Sofa Gaming, not Sofa Streaming. I'm all messed up. I'm supposed to be gaming right now. I'm streaming. Oh God. Yeah, I don't know. You got to listen to your body, MBG. You have to let yourself heal properly or risk damaging yourself worse. I know. I might experiment later on today. I'm going to sit in my, you remember that desk chair? That bigger one? There's almost like a recliner. You know which one I'm talking about. The big one. I'm going to try sitting in that and see how it feels. One of the problems is the other desk chair that I would sit in doesn't have armrests. And I think one of the problems, as you can tell, is like I need to keep my left arm up, like like all the time. So I'll try that other chair out. I'll sit in it for a bit, see if it, how I feel. Let me go see what Detective Seed said though. Somebody was saying he was like leaking something. Okay, so Detective Seeds says, I was given the GTA 6 pricing, bundles, and various structures of ordering the games by the same person who gave me the week of pre-orders starting, which was correct, as highlighted by my leaked DMs that prove I had the info well over a week ago. I'm choosing not to put the pricing info out as I was advised this could have marketing impacts by me doing so, but I can say there will be 6 ways of purchasing the game at pre-order. 3 digital/physical, which are the usual types of tiers, and then 1 that is more rare with some stuff. I guess that would be like a collector's edition. But then he says, and then 2 tied with consoles, Pro and Standard, with a digital code for download. I was told the bundles themselves will not have a physical copy in them. Oh boy. Oh boy. We got the GTA 6 PS5 bundle coming. I was given the pricing, but I won't say it. What the F are these insiders on? I mean, I will say this is detailed enough that I'll tell you this. He's being specific enough that he's either going to be dead wrong or on the money, because, I mean, I do wonder. So, well, he's saying there's going to be 3 tiers, the usual fare. So, standard, $70. Digital deluxe, $80. But then premium edition, maybe like $100, $120. Get a bunch of like shark cards and shit or something. But he's saying that there's going to be 2 bundles announced for PlayStation. So he's being specific enough that he's either going to pay dearly for this. Hopefully he won't. I mean, I want more reliable people that we can refer to. That's what I would prefer. But all the bundles usually have digital codes, do they not? These days, they usually do. I don't know the last time Sony did a bundle where there was a physical game in it. I'm fascinated by this, because if it's true that the bundles will be announced, I think this might, I don't know, man. I'm skeptical about this, because how is this going to work? Like, the bundles usually don't get announced until the game is out. So I'm skeptical of this one. Unless maybe he's saying the bundles will be announced later. I don't know. I guess we'll see. It does. I am confident, though. Well, I mean, I'm not even just confident. Like, it leaked. It did leak. It straight up leaked that the pre-orders are going live. Thanks. I got my ice. These aren't treats. Boss, these aren't treats, bro. These are not treats. This is an ice pack. Guys, we're gonna need to do something about these 10 member gifts, because boss is, I mean, look at this guy. Look at the desperation. Bro. I mean, I'll give you credit, boss. You've been patient, but I don't know, I'm pushing. I can't. Let's see if I can. How am I going to do this here? Ugh. All right. Got that ice pack on my neck. See if it does anything. All right. Let me... Bundles will probably be announced at the September State of Play. Cheese and Chainsaws with a £2 super chat says digital bundle can release anytime because you can't play it. So, like, I mean, yeah, if you get the like, if they were to, I mean, I guess the reason why I kind of believe this is I could see them. Oh, I'm trying to figure out how to get this on my neck. I could kind of see them doing some kind of special situation for GTA 6 where they're like, we actually are going to we're gonna release the bundle now, and you'll get your digital copy of GTA 6, but you can't. I mean, would you even be able to redeem it? Like, if you redeemed it, would it just count as a pre-order? Maybe they'll do something like that. I mean, I believe that because it's like, if you're Sony and you can start selling GTA bundles now, you're going to want to do that now. You know? That's, yeah. And that would explain more so why they're doing it digitally. Interesting. I mean, I do wonder what Rockstar is going to do with the physical copies of GTA 6 because they are doing physical copies, but I mean, they're at such a high risk of, I mean, it's gonna leak, you know, guaranteed. Oh, God damn, bro. All right. Let me go double check something here. Let's talk about Forza Horizon 6. The reviews are out. And it's a masterpiece. No, really, though. It seems like it's a masterpiece. You think Rockstar may not even launch physical during the launch? I mean, there were rumors of that. I could see them delaying it. That'd be crazy. That'd be wild. They delay it. All right, let me hold on. I got to get rid of a couple of these tabs. Oh, wait. I can't move on yet. Hold on. I can't move on to Forza Horizon because there was one other thing I forgot to talk about with you guys. I believe that's what happened with the Spider-Man 2 console. People got the consoles and a code that wouldn't work until release. Oh, dude. Yeah, if they did that before, they'll definitely do that again with GTA. I believe that. There was something I forgot to talk about with you guys. I went in some different directions, but we were talking about the PlayStation executive. I have a second quote from him, by the way. Okay. So this is the head of PlayStation's second and third party, Christian Svensson. And it says Svensson continued that first party is about setting the bar for its platform, and it regularly demonstrates content to its partners to show them what a best-in-class experience should look like on the PlayStation hardware. On the topic of first party influencing third party, he says, quote, "We do have some beta first party functionality that is being built on behalf of the first party side and is really going to trickle out and become increasingly available to our third parties on a selective basis. But more often than not, it goes the other way. We're building things for third party, which first party will be able to take advantage of. And there's a couple of programs our teams have been working on for a while that I can't talk about yet that will be best-in-class examples. We will talk about that next year." So I find it interesting, and I wanted to highlight this. This executive the head of second and third party, he is teasing that there is some kind of program, a few programs that they're planning on rolling out. This is clearly going to be for the PlayStation 6. It's very clearly going to be for the PlayStation 6. Some programs for second and third party developers that they're going to be putting out there to help them create the best in class experiences that can kind of replicate, if not replicate, take some cues from some of Sony's first parties with how they're taking advantage of the hardware. I'm assuming, and I could be totally off the mark with this, but when he says that, I'm assuming he is referring to when, and you know, I'm making another assumption here that Mark Cerny's going to do some kind of discussion, you know, for the PlayStation 6, kind of like he did with the PS5. It'll be the road to PlayStation 6. And I'm assuming that these programs possibly could make, you know, an appearance there. He could announce them. But I just wanted to take this moment to highlight what I was trying to reinforce earlier, which is that this is the role that Sony's first party plays for their console, where, you know, Sony believes that these experiences that they're building should kind of be like top of the line. Like, here's what we can really get out of the hardware. This is nothing new. It's nothing shocking, but it's just interesting to hear them continue to talk about it this way, going into the PlayStation 6. I think that does kind of reinforce this idea that they are probably going to lean more so into exclusivity. Well, isn't he supposed to say that? It's hard to see past the PR talk from heads of anything. No, I know. I mean, I don't expect him. I will say, bro, like, even though it's PR talk, he still got clowned on for saying what he said. If you talk to Nishino-san, he'll say PlayStation is just a plastic box without content. And it's like, bro probably got yelled at by Hideaki Nishino for saying that. But no, I get what you're saying. I guess what I'm just more curious about is, looking past the PR talk, what are these programs he's referring to? These programs could be a pretty significant, you know, a pretty significant deal for PlayStation games, man, or PS6 games and devs that want to get on board with the PS6. Spawnwave teased it would be like a trade-in program with discs. Oh, I don't think that's what. No, I'm. This is more developer related, I believe. That would be interesting. Maybe he's. You know what he could be. You know what I think he's talking about? He might be talking about the handheld. And now that I think about it, he might be talking about the handheld and how the handheld is. They're probably going to be putting some stuff out to help developers facilitate scaling their game. That would make sense. Frog Boy X1 Gaming, you're saying I'm the one who leaked the email during my live stream, sadly. Wait, why is that sad? Why is that sad though? I saw you were referenced in a few places. I was going off of a WCCF Tech article. Hold on, I gotta let my cat out. All right, go ahead, bro. You're too large for the hole in the door. Ugh. The Weapon X program, Wolverine. Yeah, that's what it is. He didn't tease it. He just said it could possibly be an option. He's going to be taken out by the ninjas. Is that why you're sad? Because now you're afraid they're... I mean, I don't know, man. I don't think they're going to come after you. I'll tell you why. Because it's not your mistake. It's Best Buy's. And their stock value went up. So, if anything, they're happy. They're happy, man. Yeah, really interesting times with GTA 6 here. The fuck? Clark's getting froggy up in here. All right. Let's talk about Forza Horizon 6. Okay? So if I go to Metacritic, Forza Horizon 6, guys, I mean, we have another masterclass title. See, we have how many reviews? 63 reviews on Metacritic, 92, bro. Forza Horizon 6 is sitting at a 92 on Metacritic. That's for the Xbox version. There are 45 reviews for the PC version, sitting at an 89. I mean, God, I have to say I can't wait for this. I hope I have time to. I want to play this when it comes to PS5. It just seems like it's coming out. It's going to be coming out at a very busy time. But this is where, like, I wanted the record to show. I've always given credit to Playground Games. I've always stated that I believe Playground Games is Microsoft's best studio. And so to see them still, I mean, just nailing it. 6 entries deep with the Horizon franchise. Good on them, man. I mean, they earned it. They've always earned it. I'm going to be really curious to see how they do with Fable. You good, bro? You good? Okay. Oh, my neck. Jesus. Cheese and Chainsaws, you're saying Forza 4, 5, and now 6 all got a 92. 3 got a 91. Is it really surprising? Only 1 and 2 got under 90. I think 85 and 88. It's always been a well-received game. It's not surprising, but I do think it is worth highlighting. Like, I think it just goes to show that, you know, regardless of all the consternation we've had towards Xbox, I've always tried to tell people that they at least have some things that they've gotten right. And I think one of the best acquisitions that Microsoft made, I think by far their best acquisition in terms of just individual studios, has to be Playground Games. My question ultimately for Playground Games is if they're going to be able to achieve a similar level of critical success with Fable, because I mean, at the very least, Playground Games will always be safe as long as they make Forza Horizon. But I don't know. My assumption is that Forza Horizon 6 will be one of the best-selling games of the year. I think it's probably selling incredibly well on Xbox and PC currently, or, you know, the pre-orders. But then if you throw in PS5, considering how well Forza Horizon 5 did, you think Forza's too arcadey? I don't know, man. I like that aspect of it. So it's not that it's surprising as much as I think it's just, it's reassuring. You know, it's good to see that they're not, I mean, I would have been a little bit concerned, not a lot. Like if it came in at like an 81 or like an 82, I would have been like, what happened? Like what caused like a 10-point drop? But yeah, they Playground Games has figured out the formula. They figured it out with the Horizon series. I mean, the thing is, it's meant to be a little bit arcadey. I think that's what makes it so good. Like the fact that Forza Horizon's more arcade-like, although you can make it more sim-like if you want. But I get what you're saying. That's what makes it appealing to me. Like, I'm not a Gran Turismo player. Gran Turismo is a bit too much for me. It is too sim-based. You know, it's too intimidating for me. Forza Horizon it feels a little bit more casual. You know, it makes me feel like I don't have to really worry too much about the sim side of it. But they have customizations and tweaks. One of the things I've always loved about Forza Horizon though are the liveries, like how they have so many custom ones. I've always liked that. But yeah, there's a certain formula that they established with Forza Horizon that it does become kind of addicting. I remember when I was playing Forza Horizon 4, I did play that on Xbox. I got all the achievements. I mean, the way that they handle everything on the map, it just becomes addicting, man. Like you're just, you're going from one thing to the next, to the next, to the next. And you just kind of get to a point where you can't put it down. So I'm assuming whenever I do get around to playing Forza Horizon 6, but if let me see here. I don't know what's going on with my mouse. DualShockers gives it a 95, saying there's already a well-established formula in place, and Playground Games did well to continue delivering one of the best racing experiences you'll ever have with Forza Horizon 6. Game Rant gives it a 9 out of 10, and they say Forza Horizon 6 is more of the same, but when the same is some of the best open-world racing ever produced, it's hard to be mad about it. Racing game fans will easily lose dozens, if not hundreds of hours exploring Forza Horizon 6's open world Japan and competing in its many campaign and multiplayer events. And while what's here at launch makes the game worth the price of admission by itself, chances are there will be some fantastic post-launch support that makes the game even better. Simply put, Forza Horizon 6 is a safe investment for racing game enthusiasts and even those who typically don't vibe with the genre. We have a super chat from New Soul 9. New Soul, you're saying, MBG, out of curiosity, would you prefer Deep Down for Playground Games to do a State of Decay 3? Oh, for a second, when I read Deep Down, I'm like, Deep Down, the Capcom Vaporware? Like, would I prefer them to be the ones to try to tackle State of Decay 3? I mean, I don't know, dude. Like, I can't answer that because I don't even know how their take on Fable is going to turn out. I mean, what they've shown of Fable looks good, like it looks good in the sense that the quality seems to be there. I haven't seen State of Decay 3, enough of it yet. I will say this. I'll say this. Playground Games has proven that they know how to make a higher production value game. Okay? So when I think about State of Decay 3, that's one of the things I want from State of Decay 3 is I want a higher production value State of Decay title. Whether or not Undead Labs is delivering that with State of Decay 3 is yet to be determined. We haven't seen enough to know. We've seen enough of Playground's Fable to know that the production value is high. So, I don't know. I mean, I will say the combat aspect of Fable seems like the weakest part so far, or it looks a little bit, not sure how great it's actually going to feel to play. And I think the combat in State of Decay is, well, to be fair, the combat in State of Decay is kind of janky as well. I don't know, man. I'm going to say for now, no. I'm saying no, but like if that was what they were doing, I would be excited for it. I'm just going to say no only because I think I am okay with the way things have worked out. Undead Labs, they're creators of State of Decay, so it's like I trust them with it. I just hope it lives up to my expectations, man. I'm assuming we're going to see some gameplay of it at the Xbox showcase. Forza's the GOAT of racing games. I think GT is better in every way. I think the thing about Gran Turismo and Forza Horizon is they both serve their respective audiences. People have been asking Sony to make a Forza Horizon-like title, like an offshoot of Gran Turismo, like a Gran Turismo Horizon or whatever. And that would have been interesting. That would have been very interesting to see them try to compete with that. But that's the irony, right? Is that like there is no need for Sony to have their own Horizon type game, Forza Horizon type game, because now they have it. Forza Horizon's now on PlayStation. So I think with that in mind, it really just kind of boils down to Gran Turismo exists. It has its fan base, it has its audience, and it serves it very well. Forza Horizon exists, it has its fan base, it has its audience, and it serves it very well. And I think that we're just seeing an example of competition. I don't even know if it's competition per se. It's just we're two different games in the same genre carving out their place. And I think the real question is if there could ever be a third competitor. I think that's, and I think the answer to that's no, because the Forza Motorsport series is now like retired. You know, Forza Motorsport is what was supposed to compete with Gran Turismo, and now that is retired. MBG, did you see Detective Seed's tweet? Apparently GTA will have 2 bundles in for PS5, one with the Pro and the other for the standard. Yeah, we just talked about that a couple of minutes ago. Cheese and Chainsaws with a £5 super chat says, got the 100-pound version of Forza. It includes all future DLC for £70 on CD keys. Good thing about having options to buy digital games other than the storefront. But how? Like, that is good. But how? How is that legal? Like, what's going on there? Wherever you're buying it from, how are they able to sell it at such a loss? Like, is there something? I feel like, I'm not gonna lie, I feel like there has to be something shady going on there. That's like a 30-pound difference, bro. Which is a lot of money. Microsoft just, oh well, I mean, if that's Steam allows it, Microsoft allows it. I mean, you could see why Sony's like, hell no, bro. Hell no. Well, if I understand correctly, Cheese and Chainsaws, if I understand correctly, like wherever you're buying those CD keys from, they had to purchase the game themselves, right? And then resell it, like to sell the, right? I don't know. How does this work? I don't really know how this works. This is an area I'm not too familiar with. And we have a Will H. Cook. He uses his milestone chat, a member for 26 months. Thank you for that, buddy. He says, I'll race cars in GTA 6. Forget Forza 6, LOL. I mean, GTA 6 is probably going to, for a lot of people, that is a good racing game. You know, the driving mechanics in GTA. They are very different, though. Like, I mean, playing Forza Horizon 6 does not feel like GTA, vice versa. A new MotorStorm would be great. I believe MotorStorm has a lot of potential. That could exist, actually. MotorStorm is different enough from Forza Horizon, I believe, that I don't know, though. Actually, the more I think about it, I mean, MotorStorm, I don't know. They would really have to do something a little, they would have to add some flair to it that doesn't currently exist across Forza Horizon without forcing it too much. But maybe that could exist, a new motorsport or MotorStorm. Shut up, Nicodemus. Microsoft loses 30% anyway on a store, so what's the difference? No, I mean, you're right. You're right about that. I don't know. I'm just curious how they get those codes, though. I don't know. I mean, but hey, man, if you got it for £70 rather than paying $100, I wouldn't be complaining. You know, if I could get my games at a discounted price, I wouldn't complain. I don't mind paying full price, you know, like if it's a game I really want, I do not mind paying full price. But if I can get it at a discount, it's like, hell yeah. Like, why who would say no to that? Sony. God damn it. Don't underestimate Rockstar. They give us good racing games back in the day. That's true. It's not illegal. The pain. Guys, we are all right, so where are we at? We're at the 3 hour and 48 minute mark. I think we're gonna try to go to the 4 hour mark. So I'm gonna push it one more time, guys. We got like 11 minutes. We need 10 member gifts. We need 10 gifts. We could do a single train. Somebody could take it out in one fell swoop. Somebody wants to go crazy and drop a 50. Or you could do nothing. Doing nothing is also an option. You know, that's fine too. But, you know, boss has been waiting patiently. He has his back turned to me now. He's like, I ain't even looking at you, bro. We're going to try to hit this goal, though. I want to see if we can hit it before we wrap up today. Although I do appreciate all the support you guys have shown. Okay, I know not everybody likes to do member gifts or stuff like that. So if you've been supporting in other ways, thank you so much. Ray's like, I get paid tomorrow, MBG. Dude, Ray, I appreciate that, man. I appreciate that. I mean, obviously, if you can spare, like I'm not trying to say you need to give me membership gifts. You don't need to do anything. I'm just trying to do some last minute encouraging since we are wrapping up in about 10 minutes. Boss, I'm going to give you the treats either way, bro. Okay? You can calm down. I'm using you as leverage, but they don't know that. Oh, God. MBG can't let it slide. Forza and MotorStorm are vastly different. Are they? Well, yeah, I mean, MotorStorm is more like, MotorStorm is like truly arcade, like, right? Where it's destruction and, you know, you're like crashing and blowing up and stuff. And, bro, are you serious? Too much PC talk. You think so? I bought Horizon Forbidden West from Loaded CD Keys then for £26, almost 1/3 of the full price on the PS Store. Damn. I can get PS5 games on also Elden Ring at £18 at the moment. Spider-Man 2, 46% off. What? I don't know, man. Something don't seem quite right. Okay, ow. That hurt. All right. All right, fine. Guys, you know I still want the 10 memberships, but he's getting crazy over here. Oh my God. Dude. Oh my neck. Okay, calm down. Jeez, you're falling off the tower, bro. Calm down. There we go. Don't let that dissuade you, okay? Don't let that dissuade you. My neck, my back. Hold on. Oh. Cheese and Chainsaws, I'll read your super chat in 1 second. I gotta get the treats for Big Papa over here. Yeah, I hear you, bro. He's like making noises at me. He's like, I'm excited. Here you go. All right. He's so huge. Cheese and Chainsaws, bro, thank you so much for the super chats, man. You're saying CD Keys buys large volumes of keys, often utilizing international price differences, region locking to offer lower rates compared to official stores. Okay, so there's a legitimate process behind it then. Interesting. So you said, hold on, you did say though that you can get PlayStation games on there. You said Spider-Man 2. I thought Sony didn't allow that. Isn't that what the whole UK lawsuit is about? Oh, yeah, and Ray, thank you for that. Ray is dropping the Discord link in the chat. If you guys want to join the MBG Discord, feel free to do so. You don't have to be a member or anything. Thank you for that, Ray. You use either Loaded to shop to for wallet top ups for PlayStation Store games, or PlayStation Plus subs. MBG, do you only accept Discord messages, I would like to DM you a link. Yeah, actually, I turn my DMs off on Discord. I try to have my DMs off like everywhere. It's nothing personal. Although somebody did tell me to check the link section of my Discord earlier, and I never did it. Hold on. Give me 1 sec, guys. Why is it not loading? God, what are they showing me? Oh, okay. All right, yeah, that was the Detective Seeds thing. Bro, Ray, that's awesome. Sorry. Or Nicodemus, was that you? Wait, was that Ray? Oh, okay. Oh, here you go. I also just want you to make sure to know I have no beef. I have no beef, bro. I'm salty with Sony and the decisions that they've been making, but I come back every day to watch you because I enjoy your content and often refer to you as a friend when mentioning you to people. Just wanted to make sure you know that. I've watched you since your Xbox days and we'll be here to see you reach your final form on PC. Oh, well, thank you for that, man. Yeah, it's all good, Nicodemus. It's all good. It's like I've said and I've maintained, like, one of the things I wanted to make sure not to do, because like I'm just totally against this. I'm completely against this. Is like I don't want to create a place where it's like you have to have a specific mentality, like one specific mentality, or like you have to have a certain view towards something, and if you don't, then you're not welcome, or you're going to be shunned or treated like you got to leave. I don't want to do that because, like, I don't know. To me, that's too conducive to creating an actual echo chamber. People think we have an echo chamber here. We definitely don't. I've tried to go out of my way to remove the hyper fanboyism. And the reason for that is because I don't think it facilitates good conversation. Like, I am okay if people are passionate. Like, if you are a fanboy and you love PlayStation or you love Xbox or you love PC or whatever, I'm totally cool with that. I just ask people to try to be as respectful as they can when expressing that. And when you're expressing your dismay with other things, just try to be respectful about it. A lot of times I get too caught up with internet nonsense that I shouldn't be. But yeah, I've been trying to work hard to make this, even though this is a PlayStation oriented and a PlayStation focused channel, I don't want, it's like I've said numerous times, I don't want people to think that, like, if you have a problem with PlayStation or you have something negative to say about it, that you can't do that here. Like, no, you absolutely can. But I also don't want people to think you can't be positive about it either. I feel like there's too many places these days, to be honest, that if you go there and you try to be positive, you're going to have a harder time doing that. And I get it. It's just the way it is. But all right, we got 2 minutes. Guys, we got 2 minutes. I'm doing it. I'm putting the pressure on now. We got 2 minutes, 10 members. My last ditch. Because, God, dude, I can't move my neck. Oh, my God. Here we go. I'm putting the pressure on. Perfect image with 100 joules. Thank you. Thank you so much. Oh. It's time. I don't know. I got 2 minutes and I'm wrapping up. My neck, my back. Oh my God. PlayStation is the top dog, so it's a bunch of channels and people online being negative every day. I mean, I think Sony deserves some heat, you know? Do I think some people are going too crazy? Yeah, I do. I think they're going a little too crazy, but I don't know, man. I think it's like I said, PlayStation does some things really well, and I like a lot of the things they're doing. There's also just some things they're doing that I think, you know, they do need to be called out for. They need to be held accountable, and we don't want to see them slip, you know? Not any further. All right. I'm assuming we got like 30 seconds. All right, I tried. I did everything I could, but it looks like we're gonna be short on the goal today, which is okay. We don't hit it every day, but I appreciate those of you who supported. We're gonna do the outro now, and then I'm out of here, bro. I gotta do something. I don't know what I'm gonna do, but I gotta do something. This is what I'm talking about, man. Like, I don't know what the hell I'm gonna do. Every time I think I'm getting better, like I'm sitting here and I'm in so much pain just from sitting here in my fucking neck, dude. I found out I got bone spurs, by the way, in my disc, or my spine back here. Okay, guys, thank you all so much for joining me today and for hanging out during this episode of Press X Podcast. Why no membership streams? Oh, you mean like members only content, Tarnished? Yeah, I haven't done members content in a while, and mainly because it seems like it was hurting my channel and hurting my growth. I want to try to bring them back maybe at some point. You know, at this rate though, man, I don't know what the hell I'm gonna do. I'm just trying my best to make sure I can just keep streaming daily. That's becoming a challenge. Like right now, I'm in so much pain, and it's like, bro, you got to be kidding me. So we'll see what ends up happening. Take a break, or take my link. It will help you, I promise. Okay. I read that wrong. PCs the masters. All right, yeah, guys, thank you so much for hanging out with me today. I want to make sure to give a big shout out to everybody who showed support. If you dropped any super chats, if you dropped any member gifts, if you became a member, or if you dropped any direct donations, thank you all so much. You know, we keep it sponsorship free. I can only do what I do here because you guys make it possible. So I really appreciate you showing up and showing support. Perfect Image, thank you for the gold coin. 10 joules. He'll do everything but a membership. I'll give you a gold coin. I'll give you a high five. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Thank you for all the jewels. I got to get used to saying that too. Appreciate that. And I also want to make sure to give a special shout out to Devil Shooter, who does the timestamps for Press X Podcast. So if you guys see Devil Shooter in the comments with those timestamps, make sure you give him some thanks. Show him some love. I know he appreciates it. Devil Shooter, thank you for what you do, man. And the only other thing I want to ask you guys to do before you leave is, if you haven't already, just make sure you hit that like button on your way out. Okay? Why are people excited to pre-order something you can't play for months? Because, I mean, I'm going to be honest with you, man. The only reason I'm excited is because I'm pretty sure we're getting a new trailer. That's the only reason I'm excited. Like, I'm not even going to pre-order it right away. But I mean, come on. MBG, what have you become? What do you mean? What do you mean by that? What is that loaded statement? Hold on. What is that loaded statement? Elaborate, and I will explain. Money? Oh, what? You mean because I'm asking for some memberships? Well, I mean, I don't know. Is it that bad? Do you want me to stop? I mean, I could stop. I don't know. It's one of those things where, like, I feel like it's like I have to encourage it, you know? Maybe I don't. I don't know. Maybe I really don't. Maybe I don't have to mention it at all. But it's weird because it's like there's times where it's like if I'm trying to hit a goal If I just like mention it, you know, or emphasize it even once, sometimes that's a difference maker. But I don't know. Maybe I need to reverse psychology this. Don't donate memberships. See that? I don't know. That feels dangerous. Like, okay. Encouraging memberships is not the same as insisting. Do you think playing the Metal Gear music it was too much? Is too much? Hey, just let the record show. I gave my cats their treats. All right. So I still fulfilled that. I wasn't going to leave him hanging. Hey, Shems, what's up, man? Shems comes in literally at the outro. Come on, you're trolling. You didn't just get here. What? I see that all the time. And I'm like, there's no way people. I mean, I guess it makes sense. Become you have what? What? But still can't play. We know we buying it, so why punish yourself? MBG just got a new cat. He has a neck and back problems. I got bills. You seriously just joined? Oh, what have you become? Oh, okay, what have you become? What have I become, man? I'll tell you what. I don't know what I'll tell you. I don't know. I'm just in pain. Bobby Reed, thank you, man. I hope you have a good evening and night, too. Now I just feel bad leaving because Shems is like, I seriously just joined. You missed the entire show. You missed the entire show, Shems. I still appreciate that you stopped by, though. You got me to extend the stream by a couple minutes here. No, MBG, keep asking for memberships. You got to hustle this bad economy. Well, I mean, look, I feel like there's just different ways to go about it, man. You know, there's different ways to go about it. I feel like you can be direct and ask and emphasize it and push it a little bit. An alternative way would be for me to, I don't know, like, I guess I could try to push, like, oh, you see, look at that. Your reverse psychology works. Shadowlink's like, God damn, bro. Like, bro's out here telling me not to give him memberships. Shadowlink. Wait, how did Lady Gamer receive a membership again? Wait. Lady Gamer got 2 memberships. What's going on? Yo, Shadowlink comes in. And he says, you know what, man? I got you, bro. I'm going to drop the 10 for you. Shadowlink, thank you so much, man. She's a demon. No, it's okay. She's not a demon. I think that's her. Yeah, she has 2 different accounts, maybe. I really appreciate that, Shadowlink. Thank you, though, man. That made my stream. It did. We got good super chats. We got good direct donations. And now we hit the goal of 25. Shadowlink, once again, bro, coming through for me and the community. I'm sorry. Look, I'm not trying to, I don't know. I'll cool it on the mentioning it. I'm just so torn on it because, like, there's an alternative, I suppose, is to, like, find different ways to mention it. And one of the only other ways I feel like I could mention it is by emphasizing members content. But at the current moment, I'm not really doing members content. So I don't really know, you know, I don't really know how to naturally weave it in. I guess, I don't know, the best way I could probably do it is just simply let people know, like, listen, if you do thoroughly enjoy what I do here, if you do genuinely enjoy it, if it's within your means, support in any way you can. I don't mean, you know, I don't ever want to come off as ungrateful or like I just expect it from you guys. I don't, you know, I have my own, everybody has their own situation. And I just really appreciate everything you guys do for the channel. My whole thing, I mean, I don't know if it comes off this way or not. I try not to come off this way. But I have, like, constant anxiety, bro. And, you know, I'm not complaining. You know, I could be doing anything in the world. I just probably still have my worries. Everybody has their worries. But my whole thing with this channel is I have constant anxiety that like something's just going to go terribly wrong. That's why this whole neck thing has been freaking me the fuck out, because I'm like, bro, I'm so glad that this is what I do, because if I did anything else, I would be toast. And so even though I have to do this while being in pain, I'm like, I'm at least grateful that I can still do what I need to do. And so, you know, I always have anxiety that something's going to go horribly wrong with the channel. You know, I do have a lot on my shoulders, but hey, you know, that's the life I chose to live. So I just want you guys to know I really appreciate what you do for me and my family and the community here. And when I tell you guys that I couldn't do it without you, I mean, I really mean that. I'm not just saying that. A jewels counter? I don't know, dude. The jewels are weird because, like, when people drop the jewels, it doesn't show me anything. It doesn't show me how many jewels I've gotten total. It doesn't show me the dollars it's worth or the cents. It doesn't show anything. So I'm just very confused. I'm still perplexed by this jewels thing. And Shems uses his milestone chat and says, 3 years, bro, I'm here. Well, thank you. And thank you for being a member for 36 months, Shems. And, you know, I appreciate it. And, you know, I just want to make it clear too, that like, listen, anybody who engages with any of my content, if the only thing you can do is just watch it, I appreciate that too. Everything counts. Everything counts, man. It all comes together at the end of each month to, you know, to make the channel what it is. And I want to make improvements. I do in certain areas. I've been derailed with this neck thing, dude. Like, I had this idea I wanted to try with Mrs. MBG where I wanted to actually try to do like a gaming podcast with her, like a PlayStation podcast for members where it's like more gaming oriented. But now that's on the back burner because I got to figure out what's going on here. Cheese, you're saying MBG next GTA 6 trailer shouldn't be a trailer 3. It should be the gameplay deep dive they always do. Then usually a launch trailer. That's kind of like a story trailer. Well, I mean, do you think we're gonna get gameplay on Monday? Yeah, sorry, Papa. I'm keeping him up. I don't think we're gonna get gameplay, man. I mean, I'd love to be wrong. I would love to be wrong, dude. Where it's like, not only are we getting pre-orders, but like they're dropping the first gameplay. I would be fucking over the moon. I'd be like, no way. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, they're in a position where they don't really have to do much. They could just drop screenshots. Perfect Image. He uses his milestone chat. A member for 27 months. He says, hey, 27 months pre-order 007 First Light. I don't know if I'm going to be there at the launch. I got to figure out what I'm doing with Marathon, if I'm going to commit to platinuming it. I'm still playing Saros, but I do want to play 007. I just don't know that I'm going to be there at the launch. God, man, there's so much shit coming up. Not even just with gaming, but events too. Like gaming events. Cheese and Chainsaws, thank you for the super chat, buddy. I appreciate all the super chats you drop too, man. I know you don't do like member gifts and stuff, but I know you support the channel in a big way, and I appreciate it. Saying Iron Mouse, a disabled Twitch streamer with common variable immunodeficiency, CVID, once became the most subbed person on Twitch. So there's hope for you. Oh man, I mean, that's awesome though. Like, like that. I feel conflicted about that. For me, like just how that could pertain to me. I don't want, dude, listen, Mrs. MBG is like disabled, okay? Like her spine is literally permanently broken and it healed wrong and there's nothing that can be done. You know, she just had like a fitting for a custom wheelchair. You know, she's not gonna have to be in it all the time, but it's like, it's at that point. Dude, I need to try to. That's why I'm like, this has got to be a temporary thing for me, man. You know, like I got kids and shit, you know, I got stuff. I can't be taken out for too long. But I guess you're right. Cheese and Chainsaws, right? Like it does go to show that if something does go horribly wrong and it's like, this is like, I don't know, like my fucking left arm or some shit. Like I can't use it anymore. Question: if you were to lose feeling in your left arm, if you were to lose feeling in a limb due to like a nerve problem, you could still use it, right? It would just be difficult. Am I correct about that? Or is it like, nah, bro, you just got like a dead limb? I don't know. I'm just thinking about this stuff because I'm just freaked out. That's crazy though, man. Wait, we're supposed to have feelings in our left arms? Yes. Well, you're already there. All right. Well, there we go. I guess. Yeah, I just flail my arm around, bro. It's like I need to reach for something. Just. What am I even doing? Oh man. How would you play without arms or hands? All right, Shems, don't go there, bro. I mean, hey, that's why Sony and Microsoft, they make those controllers. You wouldn't know if your hand was going through a problem or not. You won't even be able to play video games normally. Yeah, I mean, dude, I'm getting a little bit freaked out because I'll just go on for a couple more minutes here. The pain, I told you guys, like I have a hernia, like a severely herniated disc in my neck here, and the pain like radiates down my back, the center of my back. The pain has now transferred where I still feel it in my back, but it's like transferred to my arm. And now I just have this pain going down my arm. And the tip of my index finger here kind of goes numb. And I'm like, I don't like, am I getting better or worse? I don't know what this means. I don't know if I'm healing. Is this, I mean, I'm going to see a specialist soon. So I'm going to have to reschedule my, my doctor's appointment, by the way. Probably. Because you know what day? Do you know what day I'm supposed to go see the new specialist? You know the day. Oh, you know the day. Of course it's that day. That streamer got 326K subs during a 30-day marathon stream, in case you wondered. All right, well, that's what I'm going to have to do. Wait, hold on. How long was the marathon stream? 30 days? You're telling me he was streaming? Well, I mean, he was taking breaks, right? And was he shutting down his stream? I don't know. I can't imagine myself doing stuff like that. Oh, is it a woman? When is the marathon stream? Oh man, bro, the problem with me having a marathon stream is my kids will 100% end up walking in on camera. For sure. Especially because Papa's down here. Papa doesn't go upstairs yet. He's down here. My kids love to come down here now and hang out with him. So I couldn't just like leave my stream on. They would like, my kids would literally just be on camera, and God knows once they would see they're on camera, then they would start dancing around, not realizing like you're streaming, like you're in front of a live audience right now, and I'll just look like a really irresponsible parent. I mean, the whole thing would go south, bro. How much do I have to donate for you to see a link? I'll do my next check. Wait, do you mean like to send me a link in the chat? Because if that's what you're talking about, you can only drop a link in the chat if you're a mod. What I can tell you though, MGO, or SMGO, if you want to, I don't know if Ray's still here or not. If he's not, I can drop the link. You can join my Discord, and we have a links section. So if you have a link you want to send me, I can check it there. Thank you, Ray. Yeah, so if you want to join that, you don't have to like donate anything or anything like that. But join my Discord, go to the link section, and you're good, bro. But yeah, you could also donate $1 billion. That would be cool too. I should do a marathon stream for GTA 6. Loads of streamers do marathon streams every year. Lots have kids. Yeah, do their kids show up on stream? I mean, I don't know. That's like the one thing I don't want to do. Like, I don't want to bring my kids on stream or anything like that. I mean, I don't know. I don't think it's that big of a deal, but I don't know that Mrs. MBG would be comfortable with that. But I don't know. We try to draw that line of like not showing our kids on the internet, you know? Sometimes. I don't think there's anything wrong with it, by the way. Like, I don't judge or anything like that. I just get nervous. I don't know. Maybe I'm like overly protective sometimes. My kids are also a little crazy. Thought I had one kid. I got 8 kids, bro. You see? People out here, why is he begging? Why is this man begging? I got 8 kids. And that's what I continue to say on the channel. I don't have 8 kids. But I got a kid that's an adult. Let that one sink in. Yeah, let that one sink in. You build MBG Thunderdome where only you have access. The MBG Thunderdome. Guys, I was thinking about genuinely changing the name of my channel. All right. I'm serious. I'm not kidding. I'm seriously considering changing the name of my channel to Johnny PlayStation. And I just can't tell if this is a bad idea or not. One of the reasons I've been thinking about this, an adult, wait, how old are you? I'm 32. I'm 32, bro. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Listen. Wait, hold on, listen. Of course it's going to sell more than 300K copies. I see what you're doing, why me? Oh, what? Do I think Forza Horizon 6 is going to outsell Soros? Of course it is. It's going to trounce Soros, bro. But that's okay. It's all okay. It's all going to be okay. All right? I hope so. I hope it's going to be okay. Listen. The reason why I'm thinking about changing my name is because MBG stands for Muscle Bound Gamer. In case you guys haven't noticed, I'm not really muscle bound anymore. I still have some muscle, but especially now with this injury, it got me thinking like, bro, I probably have to stop lifting heavy. I don't think I can lift heavy ever again. I'm going to be afraid to lift. I'm going to have to like rehabilitate myself. So I thought, I don't know, maybe I should change my name because I just feel like Muscle Bound Gamer it just doesn't feel like it's going to be accurate anymore. Muscle Johnny guy. Muscle Johnny guy. Yeah, there you go. No, I got to get away from the muscle thing. Look, I'm not saying I'm going to get fat. I don't know if I'm going to get skinny. I don't want to get either. I still want to, but I don't know, man. Like, I can't like do shit. I really can't. Like, I can't do shit. Sounds like a 2012 name, to be frank. Yeah. How about just Johnny P? Johnny P? Is that better? And not Johnny PlayStation, just Johnny P. Mega Bald Gamer, thanks. You know, actually, I mean, I should absolutely change my name. Wait, Josh is coming at me and like, oh no, you should, bro. Johnny Games. But doesn't that sound too generic? And surely that's already taken. Johnny Games. Mega Balls Gamer. Massive Balls Gamer. That's what it stands for. What about John Station? Huh? How about, oh God, John Station? You know, instead of John Wick, John Station. You know, like PlayStation, John Station. I am John, and this is my station. Is that bad? I don't know. Is that really bad? My broken neck gamer. Thanks, bro. Yeah. My broken neck gamer, dude. Oh my god. John Station Gaming. I feel like that's too long though. John Station Gaming. John's Gaming Station. John's Game Station. John's Gay. Oh, there we go. Oh man. I don't know. I am seriously thinking about it though. I'm joking, but I'm seriously thinking about potentially changing the name of my channel because I feel like, I don't know. But I don't know. People know me as MBG, but it's going to continue to bother me that like John Games on station, but what station? Maybe PlayStation with no spaces. What? Wait, which? It would be JGOSBWSMP. What am I doing, man? See what happens? I ask you guys for 10 member gifts. Shadowlink drops 10. Now I'm over here reading shit like that. You think I'm too well known? Well, I was afraid of that. You're saying I'm too well known as MBG. I mean, Johnny Boss. Johnny Boss sounds kind of nice because it's, you know, it's like Boss the Cat too, but John and Boss. I don't know. I'm in too much pain for this. Choose a name that will work still when you reach your final form and switch to PC. So Johnny PlayStation. Johnny PC. Johnny Steam. Mrs. MBG slipped MBG his back meds, and I think they're kicking in. No, I wish, dude. I wish. I'm going to have to move around after this and see if I can get... The pain's just constant, dude. And, like, nothing I take helps it. I just feel like I'm living with a knife in my back. Master Johnny. Master Johnny. Johnny Valve Station box switch. That's not too bad. That's not too bad. See, no one could come after me then. Just change what MBG stands for. Well, let's see. Many people have already done that. Malding Bald Gamer. Mega Bitch Gamer. Most Bald Gamer. Master Bader Gamer. Master Bader Gooner. No, I have not tried a spinal roller. I don't think I could do that. I got to be very careful. I've seen other people change their name on one of my regular follows for similar reasons. You know, there's an MBG Army YouTuber, nothing to do with you. He just plays Fortnite. That's amazing. I know I didn't know that, and that's so fucking funny. The MBG Army's out there already. Oh, God. Yeah, sometimes I go on Twitter and I'll type in like MBG and all this Indian stuff comes up and I'm like, I don't know what this is. Keep the same name. No, Top Shelf Gaming. I'm not going to make you mod. I don't need any more mods. Not going down that road. Well, MBG PlayStation John. There you go. That's the name. What are we doing? Yeah, I don't know what we're doing. I was supposed to end the stream like 30 minutes ago. All right, I'm going to end it here. That's the thing I was thinking about too, is like, even if I go to try to change my name, I'm going to find out everything's already taken. I don't know. I'm just saying I've been thinking about it. I'll probably just stick with MBG. But Solid Johnny. You know, that's actually a fantastic one, and I thought about that. I guarantee it's taken though, because it's a homage to Solid Snake, my favorite game character, but Johnny is a character in Metal Gear. And in some ways, I'm a little like both. Sometimes I'm a little like Solid Snake, other times I'm a little bit like Johnny. Solid Johnny. It's also, some people might take that the wrong way, but that's okay. Solid Johnson. I'm done. That's it. We're done. Guys, thank you so much. I'm going to do one more second outro. The rare second outro. Thank you all so much for hanging out with me. Thank you for all the support. Shadowlink, once again, thank you for dropping the 10 member gifts at the end so we could hit our goal. Just add special characters. And another shout out to Devil Shooter for doing the timestamps. Really appreciate what you do for the channel, man. And yeah, you guys are awesome. My hope is I will rest up for the rest of the evening. And I don't know. I hope I wake up feeling a little bit better tomorrow than I did today. And so because of that, maybe I should, hopefully. Is today Thursday? Today's Thursday. Hopefully we'll have a stream tomorrow too. That's my goal. I hope we can stream tomorrow. If not, it'll probably just be because I'm like taken out. But we'll see. Go use the bathroom. Yeah, I haven't used the bathroom in a long time, bro. Moderately built gamer. Okay. You know what, though? That might be the most applicable. All right, that's it. Guys, enjoy the rest of your day, evening, or night. Hit that like button on your way out if you haven't, and I will hopefully see you again tomorrow, if not very soon. Okay? So that's it. Until then, take care, everyone. Wait, I'm sorry. I meant to just show you something. God, last thing, I promise. It'll be just a second. If I do change my name, whatever I change it to, I might make this my profile picture. Okay? I'm just saying, there are some benefits to me maybe changing my name. This could be one of them. All right? You do that. I will do that. All right, guys, that's it. Until next time, take care.